As soon as I got out of prison, I got 3 daughters. Shen Yi was in prison for 5 years, and the moment he got out, he was given a daughter who turned out to be a little rich girl. Chapter 1, starting with a daughter. Bang! At the gates of the prison on the outskirts of Jiangcheng City, a prison guard opened the large gate. Master Shen, your sentence has been completed, you can leave now. Master Shen. Shen Yi stopped and looked at the guard with a faint smile, saying, that title doesn't seem quite fitting anymore. The guard paused for a moment, feeling a bit sentimental as he said, the hardest part is over. Your exceptional medical skills will surely have a place to be used outside. Not exactly underused here. Shen Yi nodded with a smile. Goodbye. After he spoke, he walked straight out of the prison, took a glance at the desolate wilderness before him, and took a deep breath. Har! It's been 5 years. Shen Yi closed his eyes and murmured softly. The title Master Shen now felt strange to him. 5 years ago, the Shen family was still the most powerful family in Jiangcheng City. But a sudden and massive conspiracy had thrust the Shen family into crisis, shattering it overnight. Shen Yi had been framed for rape charge and sent to prison without even the chance to appeal. The constant mental torture in prison nearly drove him to suicide. However, as with most protagonists, fate was not so cruel, and he met an eccentric old man inside. The old man taught him much, combining medical and martial arts skills, and Shen Yi's state of mind underwent a transformation. He gained the courage and confidence to calmly investigate what had happened 5 years ago and uncover the layers of mystery surrounding it. Screech! The sound of sharp brakes interrupted Shen Yi's thoughts. Are you Shen Yi? Shen Yi opened his eyes and saw an extended car parked in front of him. Several men in black suits got out, and one of them asked him. Yes. I am. Shen Yi wasn't sure what they wanted with him but nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing him nod, one of the men in black returned to the vehicle's back seat, then carried out a small girl and handed her to Shen Yi. This is your daughter. We're leaving her with you now. Huh? Shen Yi froze for a moment and then looked down. Why? Daddy. It really is Daddy. Moo finally gets to meet Daddy. While Shen Yi was staring at the girl, she was staring back at him. Upon recognizing him, she stretched both little hands forward and called out in a baby voice, Daddy, hug. Daddy, hug. The man in black, holding the little girl, looked at her for a moment before handing her over to Shen Yi, saying, take good care of the little princess. After speaking, he waved at the others, then got back into the car, leaving the place. Daddy. Why aren't you talking to Moo? Shen Yi, still dazed, took the girl in his arms, his eyes wide open as he looked at her and then at the car that was fading into the distance. No, he was completely confused. What was going on? Daddy. Say something, don't ignore Moo. Shen Yi felt the girl tugging at his arm. It was then that he took a closer look. The little girl was about 4 years old, with 2 little pigtails on her head, wearing a pink and white children's dress. Though young, she had an exquisitely delicate face, with clear, watery eyes and soft, fair skin. After a while, Shen Yi looked back at the now closed prison gates. He was the only one left, holding the little girl, standing in the empty, barren land with the chaotic wind blowing around. Shen Yi still couldn't process what had just happened. How could he suddenly be given a daughter out of nowhere? Little girl, Shen Yi looked at the child and found her quite cute, so he couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Daddy. Moo is hungry. I didn't eat enough this morning. Moo puffed her little cheeks, gazing at him with a bit of grievance. If you're hungry, we'll eat later. First, let us talk. Shen Yi tried to ask her some questions, but the little girl kept insisting she was hungry, and other than telling him her name, she didn't respond to anything else. Forget it. I'll just hand her over to the police later. Shen Yi could only plan on doing that. An hour later, Shen Yi arrived at Jiangcheng City's downtown. The Yinchi Lake Villa area, nestled between mountains and water, was one of the largest and most scenic villa complexes in the area. Daddy. As soon as they arrived, Moo tugged at his pants leg. Looking down, Shen Yi noticed her scanning the surroundings and saying, these houses are so big. Moo seems to have lived here before. Hearing this, Shen Yi took a few more glances at her. It suddenly occurred to him that the men who brought Moo here referred to her as Little Princess. Also, since children tend to associate with familiar things, it made sense that Moo seemed to recognize the luxurious villas, indicating she had lived in a similar area before. Shen Yi was suddenly very curious about this little girl's identity and why she had been sent to him as his daughter. This couldn't have been a coincidence. He didn't overthink it, though, and picked up Mu, walking toward a villa he recognized. The gate was a bit damaged, with weeds growing around it, making the place seem abandoned. Shen Yi wasn't surprised. After all, since he had been imprisoned, no one had come to see him. This meant that either his parents were dead or missing, and it was normal for the place to remain uninhabited for so long. He moved closer and noticed 2 white sealing tapes crossed over the gate. Without hesitation, he tore them down and tossed them aside. Once inside the yard, everything still looked familiar, though a little desolate, as if the place had been forgotten by time. Suddenly, Shen Yi frowned and turned his gaze toward the house, where he heard some noises coming from inside. Mu. Stay quiet for a while. Shen Yi, holding Mu with one arm, made a shush gesture and whispered. Millimeter hum. Daddy, don't worry, Mu won't say a word. The little girl obediently nodded and whispered. Seeing her so obedient, Shen Yi patted her head and walked toward the house. His steps were light, and soon he figured out that the sounds were coming from his father's former study. You should be careful. With so much noise, don't you worry someone will hear? Who cares? Who's so idle to come to a place like this? Hurry up and see if there's anything valuable left. Through the wall, Shen Yi could make out the conversation and deduce the two inside's intentions. He didn't go in, but instead left quietly. Soon, Shen Yi reached a pharmacy he was familiar with. Having lived here before, it was easy for him to navigate. Eventually, he found a box of silver needles and headed back to the study. He pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw 2 sneaky figures, and one of them looked strangely familiar. Chapter 2, A Tangled Web. Who's there? The sound of the door opening startled the 2 men inside. Who are you? Both of them turned to look toward the door, only to find a man standing there, holding a little girl in his arms, with a calm expression on his face. Who are you? How did you get in here? One of the men, with a buzz cut and a slim build, quickly shouted at the newcomer. He picked up a piece of broken ceramic from the floor and pointed it at the man. They were clearly doing something sneaky, so being caught off guard made them both nervous. The other man, the thinner one, also grabbed something to point at the newcomer, trying his best to look intimidating. But in reality, both were quite unsettled and instinctively took a step back. Shen Yi glanced briefly at the 2 men, then looked around the study. He noticed that his father's study was now almost bare, with only a desk left. After glancing at the broken pieces of ceramic on the floor, he turned his attention back to the man with the buzz cut. After a moment's pause, he asked, Are you Jiaoshu? The man with the buzz cut froze for a moment before slowly approaching. As he got a better look at the newcomer, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Har har har. I thought it was someone important. So, it's you, huh? How's it been, Shen Yi? Enjoying life in prison? Jiaoshu laughed uncontrollably when he recognized the newcomer. He had expected someone else, but when he realized it was Shen Yi, his nerves were calmed. Smack! A crisp slap rang out. Stop laughing. Answer me a few questions, Shen Yi said calmly after slapping him. Huh? Jiaoshu rubbed his face, still confused about what had just happened. Brother Shu. He just slapped you, the thin man walked over and said. I know. Jiaoshu wiped his face and, enraged, threw a punch at Shen Yi. Whoosh! Shen Yi flicked his hand, and a flash of light quickly swept over Jiaoshu's fist before embedding it into the wall behind him. Oh! Jiaoshu screamed in pain as he felt an intense burning in his fist, which was now bleeding profusely. Shen Yi covered the little girl's eyes and looked at Jiaoshu. Answer me a few questions. 5 years ago, there had been 5 major families in Jiangcheng City. Aside from the Shen family, the other 4 were the Zhao, Xian, Sun, and Li families. Shen Yi suspected that it was a conspiracy between these 4 families that led to the downfall of the Shen family. Jiaoshu was the 3rd young master of the Zhao family, and his older brother Zhao Xiao was the one who had personally sent Shen Yi to prison. On the day the Shen family was destroyed, Zhao Xiao had arrogantly kidnapped Shen Yi, forcibly drugged him, and framed him for raping an innocent girl. This resulted in Shen Yi being sentenced to prison without a chance to appeal. You're asking. Jiaoshu gritted his teeth, clutching his injured fist, still in pain. He could already tell that Shen Yi was no longer the same as he was 5 years ago, especially after witnessing the strange technique used just now. Zhao decided to back down for the time being. First question. Where are my parents? Where are they? After I went to prison, did you? Shen Yi's voice trailed off as he stared intensely into Zhao Shu's eyes. Zhao Shu shook his head. I don't know. Your parents went missing the day you went to prison, and there has been no news since. Was the conspiracy against the Shen family planned by your four families? Shen Yi pressed on. At this point, Zhao Shu was sweating heavily from the pain, but he nodded slightly. Yes. But I don't know the specifics. Shen Yi fell silent for a moment. He didn't have many more questions, he just needed to get a clear answer from Zhao Shu. But something caught his attention. Zhao Shu didn't look like someone from the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng City. Shouldn't you be living in luxury as the third young master of the Zhao family? Why are you dressed so poorly? Are you here to steal from my house? Shen Yi asked, perplexed. Zhao Shu glared at him and gritted his teeth. Staring back at him, Shen Yi could see the unwillingness in Zhao Shu's eyes and directly asked, "What's going on?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao Shu finally admitted, "The day after you went to prison, our Zhao family faced a crisis. All our properties were seized overnight. It felt like someone was targeting us. It happened so suddenly. So, for the past 5 years, the Zhao family hasn't been the top family." Shen Yi was stunned by this revelation. If the Shen family's destruction was the result of a conspiracy between the four families, then what about the Zhao family's downfall? Are you sure it was the day after I went to prison? Shen Yi needed confirmation of the timeline. Yes, Zhao Shu nodded. Looking at Zhao Shu's expression, Shen Yi didn't feel that he was lying. He had never heard of this during his time in prison. Now that he knew, he was shocked, but everything seemed so tangled. So, the Chen family is now the top family? Shen Yi asked. Yes, Zhao Shu nodded again. Shen Yi fell into another silence. He tried to make sense of it all. If the four families had teamed up to take down the Shen family, it would have been impossible for them to suddenly turn on the Zhao family. It seemed that the Zhao family had attracted a much larger force. Otherwise, why were the other three families unaffected? By the way, where is Zhao Xiao? Shen Yi asked, unable to keep his calm anymore. When Zhao Xiao's name was mentioned, Shen Yi's composure slipped. The sudden collapse of the Zhao family had nothing to do with him, but he still needed to settle his own scores. Har har har. Zhao Shu suddenly burst out laughing. Shen Yi. I'll tell you. My older brother went off to join the military 5 years ago. Now, 5 years later, he has become a commander. Once he comes back, the truth of that day will be revealed, and the Zhao family will rise again. Shen Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Xiao to have joined the military, and even risen to such a high rank. When will he come back? Shen Yi asked. Shen Yi. Once my brother returns, I'm sure the first thing he'll do is kill you. Zhao Shu didn't answer directly, but instead said with excitement, because he won't leave any loose ends. Slap. Shen Yi suddenly slapped Zhao Shu across the face and barked, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you when he'll come back." You. Zhao Shu cupped his face in shock and fury. But he knew better than to pick a fight with Shen Yi. He couldn't win in a direct confrontation, so he had to swallow his anger for now. I don't know when he'll return. Zhao Shu shook his head. But it should be soon, probably in a few days. When he comes back, you better watch out. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this a threat?" I'm not threatening you. Before my brother comes back, you can choose whether to run or stay. The decision is yours, Zhao Shu said, clearly understanding the situation and keeping his words measured. After saying this, Zhao Shu waved his hand at the thin man and said, "Let us go." The two of them began to walk out of the study. Shen Yi, however, wasn't going to let them leave so easily. He pulled out a silver needle from his pocket and, in a flash, appeared behind Zhao Shu. Without hesitation, he jabbed it into the back of Zhao Shu's neck. "Ar!" Zhao Shu screamed and touched his neck, looking at Shen Yi in disbelief. What? What did you do to me?" Shen Yi smiled faintly. "Your life is now in my hands." Zhao Shu reached up and touched the back of his neck. He was horrified to see blood on his hand. His face drained of color as he realized what had just happened. Chapter 3, The Little Fatty. You. Perhaps due to psychological reasons, Zhao felt a slight discomfort. He didn't say much more, but immediately ran out madly, not even turning his head. The skinny guy, still somewhat confused, sneaked a glance at Shen Yi before running out after Zhao. Once they were outside, Zhao sprinted ahead, with the skinny guy following closely behind. Brother Shu. Wait for me. The two of them eventually reached a car, and following Zhao's instructions, the skinny guy drove them at high speed. The vehicle soon arrived at an urban village. After parking in front of a house, Zhao got out and rushed inside. This was where the Zhao family now lived. 5 years ago, all their assets were frozen and their accounts sealed. As a result, they had to move here. Even though they were out of money, they still had some connections, so they hadn't completely fallen from grace. However, it seemed that some unseen force was blocking their every move, and anything the Zhao family tried seemed to go nowhere. So, for these past years, they were stuck living here, forbidden from high spending. This made the entire Zhao family seethe with resentment, wondering who was behind their downfall and why this was happening. Inside, Zhao quickly gathered everyone and told them about Shen Yi's return and the changes he had gone through. Zhao's patriarch, Zhao Jianyi, after years of hardship, had lost the imposing aura he once had. All that remained was a sense of weariness. He spoke in a calm voice, he's out of prison. And now has unbelievable abilities. When Zhao finished speaking, everyone in the Zhao family fell into panic. If Zhao family were still the top family, none of them would be afraid, and they wouldn't even bother to look at Shen Yi. But now, with their lives in disarray, things had changed. What's more, with Shen Yi returning stronger than before, it meant he could easily solve things with them at any moment. Zhao Jianyi, after hearing the news, didn't show much emotional disturbance. He spoke in a low voice, "What's the rush? Xiaoer will be back soon. Besides, the Shen family is already finished. What do we have to fear from him alone?" Hearing this, many of the Zhao family members started to calm down, realizing that Zhao Jianyi had a point. After years of hardship, they had forgotten that the Zhao family used to be the second largest family in Jiangcheng. More importantly, Zhao Xiao had gone to join the military years ago, and now had reached the rank of Wanfuzhang, a high military position. With such an identity, no one would dare mess with the Zhao family again. "I'm calling now." Thinking of Zhao Xiao, Zhao Jianyi got a little excited and immediately took out his phone and dialed. The call was answered quickly. "Dad. The war has settled down. I'm heading to Jiangcheng for the promotion ceremony. I'll be back in 3 days. When I return, I will investigate the truth behind everything that happened to our family." Zhao Jianyi was filled with excitement as he heard this. "Good. We'll wait for you to come back." The rest of the Zhao family, hearing Zhao Xiao's voice on the phone, was also ecstatic. Once he returned, they believed that the Zhao family would soon regain its former glory. Yunqi Lake Villa area. Shen Yi took a quick look around but didn't stay long. He was about to leave. The needle he had used on Zhao earlier was nothing serious, just a quick jab to make him live in fear. After all, Shen Yi was alone and couldn't afford to show all his cards just yet. Zhao had said that Zhao Xiao would return soon. Whether that was true or not, Shen Yi had to take it seriously. No matter what happened to the Zhao family in the past, it didn't change the personal grudge between him and Zhao Xiao. The person who had personally sent him to prison was Zhao Xiao. If they met again, even if Shen Yi didn't seek him out, Zhao Xiao wouldn't let Shen Yi off. "Pupper. Moo is really hungry. When are we going to eat?" The little girl Moo was clearly starving and complained a bit. "Just a bit longer, okay." Shen Yi gave one last look at the villa, thinking that if he had the chance, he'd definitely buy it. It was sealed, meaning it had been confiscated, and even if he had the means, he couldn't get it back now. Half an hour later, Shen Yi arrived at another villa area. In the past, with his status and connections, he had many friends. Now, he was sure that if he went to find any of those old friends, they wouldn't help him, and would probably ridicule him instead. But today, he wasn't looking for just anyone. He pressed the doorbell repeatedly, no need to hold back, just press. After a few moments, he heard footsteps from inside. "Who's there?" As their voice came, the door opened, revealing a man wearing pajamas, a chubby guy. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked outside. Who are you looking for? It's me. Shen Yi replied, and then pinched the chubby guy's round face a few times. The chubby guy was stunned, then looked closely at Shen Yi. Suddenly, his eyes widened in recognition. You? You're Yi. Oh my god. Yi. When did you get out? Why didn't you tell me? Once the chubby guy recognized him, he opened his arms and hugged Shen Yi, delivering a squishy meat bomb to him. Just as Shen Yi was about to speak, a voice interrupted. Hey! You're squeezing Moo Moo. Uncle, you're squeezing Moo Moo. The chubby guy froze for a moment as he was hugging Shen Yi, then he looked around in confusion. Who's talking? Suddenly, he felt something pushing against his belly. Looking down, he saw Shen Yi still holding a little girl, which shocked him. What the hell? How come there's another person? Moo Moo pouted and pushed his belly again, feeling a little wronged. Uncle, you squeezed Moo Moo. The chubby guy blinked, glancing between Moo Moo and Shen Yi, trying to make sense of it all. Finally, he gave Shen Yi a questioning look. Let's talk inside. Shen Yi said, leading the way into their house. He sat down on the sofa and casually poured himself a glass of water. Pupper. Moo Moo is thirsty too. Moo Moo wants some water. Moo Moo sat beside Shen Yi, looking up at him. Father. The chubby guy, who had just closed the door, was once again stunned. He walked up to them and stared. Father? Yi. What are you talking about? Since when does your daughter look this old? After taking a few sips of water, Shen Yi replied, I'll explain later. The chubby guy was named Jiangcheng. He and Shen Yi had been good friends since childhood. Unlike other fair-weather friends, their relationship was pure. There were no ulterior motives, and no issues with status. This was also why Shen Yi had come directly to him, feeling comfortable and casual. Chapter for moving huge amount of money. After taking a few sips, Shen Yi put down his water cup and looked at the fat man and asked, Do you know about the Zhao family? And what is the current situation of the Chen, Sun and Li families? If you want to take revenge, you must first understand the enemy. You can't just blindly seek revenge. Shen Yi is not that arrogant now. Soon the fat man told the general situation. He said that the situation of the Zhao family was basically the same as what Zhao Shu said. 5 years ago, they were inexplicably in crisis, but the fat man didn't know about Zhao Xiao. The other three families, Chen, Sun and Li, are now a strong alliance, almost tied together. When the Shen family was destroyed, the Zhao family followed closely. This resulted in a large market vacated in Jiangcheng. At the beginning, the three families had some intention of fighting, but they found that it was not good for anyone to continue like that, so they finally united together. Although they targeted the Shen family together, they actually still thought about themselves. After the three families united, they established the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, which monopolized any industry in Jiangcheng. The small families below also followed them to drink soup, and they really stood at the top of Jiangcheng. Without my Shen family, where would they be today? After listening to the fat man's narration, Shen Yi spoke coldly. Before, the Shen family was the largest family, and its strength was not to be underestimated. It was equivalent to 2/3 of the four families of Zhao, Chen, Sun and Li combined. But they used so many conspiracies and tricks, and their strength was not much stronger, and they would also capsize. The little fat man sighed and said, You just came out today, calm down. Don't do stupid things, take your time and make a long-term plan. You can't beat them alone. Shen Yi nodded and said, I know this, I am also calm, but I can't bear to see them live so comfortably, and my parents are missing. After hearing this, the fat man sighed again. He didn't have any good solutions. After all, the power of the three families is too great now. It is impossible for a powerless person to overthrow them. Daddy. At this time, Moo Moo grabbed Shen Yi and said, Moo Moo wants to go to the toilet. Shen Yi could only look at the little fat man. Finally, after the little fat man took Moo Moo into the toilet, he sat next to Shen Yi again. Shen Yi looked at him with eyes that almost wrote the questions he wanted to ask on his face, and he directly told him everything that happened. After hearing this, the fat man opened his eyes wide and covered his face, expressing his surprise. He had never heard of such a thing. A daughter was sent here for no apparent reason. Shen Yi expressed that he was also very surprised and said, That's probably it. Who do you think is so idle? The fat man shook his head and said he didn't know and was also surprised. Forget it. Let's hand it over to the police later. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he talked to the fat man about the affairs of the Qian, Sun and Li families. Shen Yi basically had a grasp of their situations. I can't say that he knew everything, but at least he knew something. 20 minutes had passed, and Shen Yi suddenly felt something was wrong, that is, Mu had gone to the bathroom and hadn't come out yet. Could this little girl have had an accident in there? Shen Yi hurried to the bathroom. When he got close, he heard some voices inside, which were Mu's, and he was relieved. When he was about to shout, the bathroom door was opened at the same time. Daddy! When Mu saw Shen Yi standing outside, she ran over and hugged his legs, waved her scissors hand and said a few times, Daddy! Mommy said she's coming to see Mu. Mu can finally see Mommy again. Shen Yi squatted down and touched Mu's head and said, Mu, who were you talking to just now? After Mu came out, he looked into the bathroom to make sure no one was inside. So who was Mu talking to just now? Mu replied, with Mommy. Mommy just called and said she was coming to see Mu. Your mother? Do you have a cell phone? Shen Yi asked in surprise. Daddy! It's this. Mu raised his arm and showed a cartoon watch on it. Shen Yi was stunned. He didn't expect Mu to have this. He asked, Can I call now? Hurry up, I want to talk to your mother. Mu shook her head in disappointment. No, I was just talking to my mother, and suddenly the battery ran out. Shen Yi slapped his forehead after hearing this. How could the battery run out at the critical moment? Daddy! Aren't you going to eat yet? Mu is really hungry. Mu started to push Shen Yi after saying this. Okay. Eat. Before handing her over to the patrol uncle, Shen Yi actually didn't mind taking this little girl out for a meal. 10 minutes later. Shen Yi, Mu and Xiaopang came to a nice restaurant. It happened to be noon. Not only Mu was hungry, but the two of them were also a little hungry. This restaurant is a Chinese restaurant with a good scale. He and Xiaopang often came here before. After entering and finding a seat, Shen Yi looked at Mu and suddenly became curious. He said to the little fat man, Fatty, let me use your phone. The fat man didn't think too much and took out his phone and handed it to Shen Yi. Shen Yi took it and opened the web page. He entered the brand on Mu's clothes and checked it out. It would be fine if he didn't check it, but he almost had a heart attack after checking it out. Mu's children's skirt is actually a limited edition of a top foreign luxury brand, and now it's worth millions. It's extremely rare, and her cartoon watch is worth more than 100,000. Whose daughter is this, and who is her mother? How can she be so rich? Even Shen Yi in the past never wore clothes worth millions. He was no longer calm. Shen Yi was completely no longer calm. Daddy! Why are you looking at Mu? At this time, Mu found that Shen Yi was looking at her all the time, so she raised her little head and asked. Nothing. Aren't you hungry? Eat first. Shen Yi said simply, and the waiter just brought the dishes. Mu didn't think much about it. Maybe she was too hungry, so she quickly started eating. While Shen Yi was eating, he was chatting with the little fat man. The fat man said while eating, i.e. Do you know what happened in the 5 years you were in there? What happened? Shen Yi asked. The fat man said, something big happened. 5 years ago, when you were just in prison, there was a war on the border of Jiangcheng. My God! Someone attacked us. The fighting was very intense at that time. We were really on the battlefield. Just a few days ago, the war was completely settled. According to the statistics of military merits, guess what happened? Hearing this, Shen Yi said, What happened? The fat man said excitedly, We have a 5-star war god in Jiangcheng. My God! He is a role model for our generation and an idol for all men in Jiangcheng. Hearing this, Shen Yi's expression was relatively calm, because he didn't know these things in prison, so he was not as excited as the fat man. But he suddenly thought of one thing, that is, the fat man's words just confirmed what Zhao Shu said. That is, Zhao Xiao may really have a good position outside. If so, it may be a bit difficult to deal with. After all, the people don't fight with the officials, and the situation will definitely be a bit tricky, but this can't offset his grievances with Zhao Xiao. But the most important thing now is the little girl Mu's matter. A set of clothes worth $1 million is simply a huge amount of money that can be moved. He dare not lose such a delicate child. Chapter 5. My daughter is a little rich woman. After 5 years in prison, Shen Yi naturally missed the food outside. He also began to eat heartily. Just after eating almost, he went to the bathroom, but when he came back, Shen Yi was completely dumbfounded. There were several plates of caviar on the table, several plates of the kind. The little girl Moo was eating with big mouthfuls, and there was also a fat man who was a little confused at another seat. Who ordered this? Shen Yi often came here to eat before. He also ordered this kind of caviar. The normal price is 300,000 per plate. Now there are a total of 6 plates on the table, almost 2 million. Even Shen Yi had never eaten like this before. Daddy! Eat quickly. It's delicious. The little girl Moo, who was sitting next to him, ate one bite at a time and said to Shen Yi. Fatty. Shen Yi didn't eat. He looked at Fatty. What's the matter? You ordered so much. No, it's not what I ordered. I just went to get something, and it's like this when I came back. Fatty said helplessly. Daddy. This is what Moo ordered, not Uncle Fatty. At this time, Moo seemed to have heard what the two said, and raised her little head and said. I. Shen Yi slapped his forehead after hearing it. He really didn't know what to say. I just went to the toilet, how could he order so much? Shen Yi sighed, really speechless. This waiter is really something. He dares to serve the food just because the kid dares to order it. There were several plates of delicious food in front of them, but the two of them had no appetite. They just watched the little girl Moo finish a plate in small bites. I'm full. After Moo finished eating, she wiped her mouth and then noticed the two people looking at her. Daddy. Fatty uncle. Eat. This is for you. It's delicious. Looking at Moo's innocent look, Shen Yi didn't know what to say. He knew that the little girl's family should be very rich. After all, a set of clothes cost millions. Eating caviar is like drinking water. But the problem is, where can we afford it now? Fatty. Shen Yi gave him a bitter smile. In this situation, he really didn't have a good solution. The fat man took out his cell phone and looked at it, and said, 2 million should be enough, plus the credit card. Okay. Shen Yi didn't say much. The friendship between the two did not need to be explained in words. Then they could only put it into their mouths one by one with tears in their eyes. During this time, Shen Yi was still looking at Moo. When he met her family in the future, he must get back today's money. Finally, Shen Yi had 2 plates and the fat man had 3 plates. After eating, they planned to leave. Moo also giggled and said, Dad. Is this delicious? Moo likes it very much. Do you eat 1 plate for every meal? Shen Yi asked tentatively. Yes. Moo nodded and said, how did Dad know? Hearing this, Shen Yi's mouth twitched. He was dumbfounded. Who can afford to eat like this? It's still a child. Even he had never eaten like this before. It's okay to eat once in a few days occasionally. Wow, how rich must one be to eat a plate of food for 1 meal? When the fat man came to the cashier and was about to pay, Moo suddenly said, Dad. Do you have no money? Don't let the fat uncle give me money. If Dad has no money, Moo has it. Shen Yi looked at her and didn't take it seriously. He didn't believe that this little girl had much money. Dad, don't disbelieve it. Moo really has money. Moo laughed. After she finished speaking, she looked at the cartoon watch. This one is out of power, I can't pay. Then Moo looked at the cashier again and said, Sister. Can I use facial recognition? The front desk lady smiled and said, Little sister, of course you can. Then she pointed the facial recognition device at Moo. In fact, she didn't believe that a child could have so much money. This is a bill of 1.8 million, not 180. It's just. Ding. Payment successful. After this voice came out, the front desk lady was frightened. It was incredible to see it. The same goes for Shen Yi and the fat man who was holding the bank card in a daze. What happened? Shen Yi quickly asked the front desk. After checking, the latter said in disbelief, it's in the account, 1.8 million, it's in the account. Hearing this, Shen Yi slowly looked at Moo. He was also a little unbelievable. This little girl. Daddy. I told you, Moo is rich. No need for Uncle Fatty to pay. Moo said in a baby voice, and stretched out her hands for a hug. Shen Yi picked her up by some strange force, and he didn't know how he left the restaurant in the end. When they got outside, Shen Yi pinched Moo's face and said with a smile, Moo. How can you be so rich? Moo smiled and said, He. It's all Mom's. Mom said, buy whatever you want. Shen Yi was completely upset. From the tone of voice, 1.8 million seemed like 180 yuan. He didn't expect that the daughter sent to him was actually a little rich woman, who would spend millions without blinking an eye. By the way, can you pay by face recognition now? Shen Yi looked at the fat man. The fat man nodded and said, yes. You can pay by face recognition. Shen Yi remembered that when he was in prison, scanning code payment was just popular. 5 years later, you can pay by face recognition. Moo. How much money do you have now? Shen Yi asked with some curiosity. Moo thought for a while, shook his head and said, Dad. Moo doesn't know about this either. Just buy whatever you want. Looking at the innocent Moo, Shen Yi couldn't help but shook his head. Although the little girl was cute, she was not his daughter after all. Then he told Fatty that he was going to the police station, and he made sure that Moo didn't understand what he said, and Fatty just needed to know what he meant. After Fatty heard it, he said solemnly, I tell you, I think it's very likely that it's you. Looking at your age, you did it before you went to prison. What if it was the clock you left after your affair? Shen Yi also shook his head firmly and said, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm very careful, and I have sufficient safety measures. As the former #1 young master of Jiangcheng, some of those things are actually very normal, but he promised that he was really careful. Could someone have stolen your jeans from the trash can? Fatty continued. Shen Yi was speechless for a moment. You can think of such a thing? Forget it. Let's do a paternity test later, won't it be clear? The little fat man suggested. Good suggestion. Shen Yi smiled, he thought this was a good idea. An identification doesn't cost much, what if the fat man is right? Chapter 6 No More Talk. Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. Shen Yi stared at the report in his hand. He couldn't understand the letters and numbers on it, but he knew the Chinese characters. At the bottom, there was a very clear line of words, the identification result is a parent-child relationship. After seeing the report, he was still a little confused. He looked at it and then looked at Moo who was sitting next to him. Is this really his daughter? Doctor. Is it possible that you made a mistake? The doctor pushed his glasses, took the report in his hand and looked at it, and said, you can see for yourself. The DNA similarity is as high as 99%. This is undoubtedly a biological child. Shen Yi reached out to take it and looked at it. This time, the facts were in front of him, and he had nothing to say. Congratulations. The fat man came over to take a look, patted Shen Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile, you have a rich daughter, she is even richer than you used to be. After hearing this, Shen Yi didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He looked at Moo, who was sitting on a chair, supporting her chin with her hands, pouting at Shen Yi. She looked a little complaining, and must have been a little irritated because she had been here for too long. After all, several hours had passed. Daddy. Aren't you leaving yet? Shen Yi walked over and picked up Moo, saying, let's go. Let's go now. Fatty, give me the money. After the fat man gave the money, they left the hospital. Shen Yi looked down at his daughter and found that Moo was already a little sleepy. This matter made him a little worried. He looked at the fat man again. Could it be that he was right? Someone stole his jeans. But it's unlikely. Just because Moo is so rich and well dressed, what reason does she have to steal his jeans? I'm afraid her mother is richer than Shen Yi before. Don't look at me like that. Do you remember who you gave to when you were in prison? After hearing this, Shen Yi instantly understood what the fat man meant, but it's unlikely. How could he be so lucky to win in one try? Brother Shu. Look. Just when he was about to recall the details, he heard such a voice. Zhao Shu had just come out of the hospital. When he heard what the thin man said, he walked forward. Brother Shu, look. That's him. The thin man pointed at Shen Yi and said, this time, in addition to the two of them, there were 2 strong men next to them, a total of 4 people. Hearing their voice, Shen Yi also looked over. He found that Jiaoshu had a gauze wrapped around one hand at this time, and he had obviously just walked out of the hospital. Jiaoshu touched his neck and shouted, "Shen Yi! What the hell did you do to me?" After he was stabbed in the morning, he became more and more uneasy. He went to the hospital for a checkup but was told that nothing happened. However, he was still a little worried. Shen Yi looked at him and smiled faintly. "Do you feel low spirits, irritable and feverish from time to time?" "You?" Jiaoshu heard it. To be honest, he didn't know whether it was true or not, but he felt a little panicked. "Your life. It's mine now. I can kill you at any time." Shen Yi narrowed his eyes and pretended to be mysterious. What he said just now was completely nonsense. He could scare him by relying on some psychological effects. Jiaoshu swallowed his saliva and sweat ran down his forehead. It might be psychological reasons. He suddenly felt that his breathing began to become rapid and his heart beat slowly. You bastard!" Jiaoshu was furious, thinking that the other party had poisoned him. He looked around and shouted, "You too! Catch him, hurry up! Shen Yi! My elder brother will be back in 3 days, and you will be dead by then." After knowing the specific news of Zhao Xiao's return, Jiaoshu found 2 people who used to work with him, 2 strong men, and explained the situation to them. As a result, the strong men were willing to continue to follow him. The 2 strong men didn't care about so much, and began to rub their hands, looking at Shen Yi with ill intentions. "Thin man! You too!" Jiaoshu looked at the thin man and shouted. He decided to subdue Shen Yi first, and then torture him severely to ask what he had done to him. When the thin man was about to take action, he suddenly heard 2 shouts, and then found that the 2 strong men were rolling on the ground. Seeing the 2 men fall, the thin man instantly lost his courage and stood there. He didn't see anything clearly, but Jiaoshu saw it clearly. Just now, Shen Yi stretched out 2 fingers and quickly poked the 2 strong men. It seemed that he had poked some acupuncture points. Now the 2 men were still on the ground and couldn't stand up. "Listen carefully. I want you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, and no one can survive until 5 o'clock. Shen Yi looked at Jiaoshu meaningfully, then turned around and left with the fat man. Looking at the back figure going away, Jiaoshu felt exhausted again. At night, this feeling was particularly strong, making Jiaoshu very anxious. He called the thin man over and said, "Thin man, I remember you still have some money, right?" The thin man dodged his eyes and said, "Brother Shu. That's what I left after selling my house. I'll use it to marry a wife in the future." Jiaoshu said directly, "Marry a fucking wife, lend it to me first. And my eldest brother is coming back, and he's a captain of 10,000 men. Do you know what a captain of 10,000 men is? When the time comes, you can follow me and have a good time, and it won't be a problem to marry 100 women." After hearing this, the thin man hesitated. He knew what a captain of 10,000 men was, and he knew that the news was indeed correct. Seeing his hesitation, Jiaoshu continued, "It's only 3 days. My eldest brother is back. It won't be a problem for me to step on Jiangcheng in the future. What are you afraid of? Okay. Brother Shu, I'll listen to you." The thin man gritted his teeth and said, he decided to take a gamble. Maybe he can really follow Jiaoshu and have a good time, and marry 100 women in the future. The 2 hit it off and went straight to the bank. 10, 20, 30. Jiaoshu held a bag in his hand, and after counting, he smiled and said, "Thin guy. I can't believe that your shabby house can be sold for 500,000. Not only the house, but also the money I saved over the years." After leaving the bank, the 2 came to a place full of lights and wine. The thin guy looked up and said, "Haoting nightclub. Oh my god. This is the territory of Master Lin Wu. Brother Shu, what are you doing here?" Jiaoshu walked in with a bag of money. "You'll know when you go in." Half an hour later, the 2 came out empty-handed. "Although I didn't see Master Lin Wu, 500,000 should be enough to send a master, which is also very good." Jiaoshu's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Shen Yi, Mumu and Fatty had just finished dinner. During this period, he had a very harmonious relationship with his daughter. Just as they walked out of the restaurant and came to a remote location, a car suddenly stopped in front of them. Then a figure came down from above and walked slowly towards them. It was a fierce man with tattoos and a height of more than 1.9 meters. "Sure." He pulled out a dagger and said coldly, I won't waste any more time talking to you. The employer said to cripple one leg and take it away. After that, the man approached Shen Yi quickly with the dagger in his hand. Although he was strong, his speed was not slow at all. Damn! I.e. Is this robbery? The fat man shouted, and he was already planning how to run. You really don't waste your time talking. Shen Yi looked at the figure getting closer and closer, and didn't give him a chance to understand more. Since that was the case, he didn't need to waste his time talking. Swoosh! A silver needle appeared in Shen Yi's hand. Even though it was night, the silver needle turned into a ray of light, which was still very dazzling, and the speed was even faster than a bullet. R! The man fell to the ground a few meters away from them, and Shen Yi walked forward slowly. But when he got close, the big man suddenly stabbed him with the dagger in his hand. Swoosh! Another silver needle pierced his arm. This time the big man was completely honest, and his other hand was trembling. Speak! Who asked you to come? Shen Yi looked at him and shouted. The big man did not answer, but gritted his teeth and said, I am Lin Wu's man, how dare you attack me? Lin Wu? When did he get out of prison? Take me to see him. Chapter 7 Lin Wu. After hearing this, the big man felt that he had heard it wrong at the first time, and said, Go to find Lin Wu, are you sure? Don't talk nonsense. Take me to see him. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he handed Moo to the fat man. Fatty, take Moo back first. Seeing that he was really going to do this, the big man didn't say anything but smiled sinisterly. Go to find Lin Wu, isn't this a trap for yourself? The big man said nothing, wrapped his bleeding hand with clothes and got into the car. Shen Yi followed and they soon arrived at the Houting nightclub. After arriving here, Shen Yi went straight to the top floor and finally arrived at the door of a room. You dare to come to see Master Lin Wu, do you want to die? The big man sneered and knocked on the door. What's wrong? What's the matter? A voice came from the room, but it seemed a little impatient. Shen Yi didn't care so much, he pushed the door open and walked in. Who is it? Are you looking for death without permission? As soon as he entered, a rough and angry voice sounded. Shen Yi didn't say anything, looked inside the room. There was a person sitting on the luxurious sofa in front, and there were several women wearing revealing and enchanting clothes next to him, obviously wanting to do something good. Fuck. Boy. Do you want to die? Lin Wu stood up and walked over. He looked about 40 years old, wearing a black leather suit. He had a gloomy aura and looked at Shen Yi fiercely. He just glanced at him briefly, then looked at the big man behind him and shouted, What the hell is wrong with you? Do you believe I will throw you into the river? The big man said nervously, Lin Wu, it's not me, he broke in. After hearing this, Lin Wu looked at Shen Yi again and looked closer. Boy. Who are you? Old 5. Don't you even recognize me? Shen Yi said lightly. Lin Wu was about to get angry when he heard that he dared to call him that, but he looked carefully and thought about it for a moment. You are. Shen, Master Shen. Master Lin Wu looked at Shen Yi in shock, then waved his hand and said, All of you get out. Hurry up. After everyone went out, Master Lin Wu closed the door, came to Shen Yi and said respectfully, Master Shen. It's really you, when did you come out? Shen Yi smiled faintly, Do you still remember me? Master Lin Wu smiled awkwardly, Master Shen, look at what you said, you gave me this life, how could I forget it? 1 or 2. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he walked to the sofa and sat down, pouring a cup of tea. Master Lin Wu came over and stood beside him and said, 2. Shen Yi took a sip of tea and glanced at him. This attitude proved that he did not save the wrong person. Master Lin Wu is the owner of the Houting nightclub. Although he often fights and kills, he is generous and loyal. When he was fighting with others and was being hunted, Shen Yi accidentally saved him. Later, Shen Yi met him in prison. It was not long before Lin Wu was assassinated. At that time, the medical equipment in the prison was not enough to save him. Shen Yi saved him again. He was transferred out later, and Shen Yi didn't know when he came out. Master Shen. You gave me my life. If you need me in the future, just say it. Lin Wu said generously. Shen Yi saved him twice, and he always remembered it in his heart. Even if the Shen family is not the largest family now, he will not treat it differently. Shen Yi nodded and said, Well, maybe I will really need you in the future. Now he has to find a way to deal with the Qian, Sun and Li families. Maybe he will really need Lin Wu in the future. By the way, you are a big boss in the underworld, well informed, tell me everything you know recently. Lin Wu didn't think much about it, he knew what Shen Yi would do first after he came out. Master Shen, I heard that the eldest son of the Zhao family got a high position outside, and now he is coming back. I know that, Shen Yi said. Lin Wu continued, Master Shen, if you want revenge, the Haitian Chamber of Commerce is the key, which was founded by the Qian, Sun and Li families. The power of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce is too great. Almost all the powerful people in Jiangcheng are in it, twisted into a rope, which already represents the foundation of Jiangcheng. Even sweeping the floor in it requires a high degree of education. Even my mortal enemy Chen Shan has contacts with people in it. There are people from the three forces of black, white and grey gathered in it. It will be difficult for Master Shen to deal with it. After hearing this, Shen Yi's face was a little solemn. It seems that the little fat man's control is much worse than that of Master Lin Wu. He didn't expect that the power of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce is so great. There are too many people involved that he can't handle alone. Mr. Shen, if you need me, I have thousands of little brothers at your disposal. Lin Wu expressed his determination directly. I want to deal with the entire powerful people in Jiangcheng, are you sure? Shen Yi looked at him in surprise. He was somewhat hesitant about Lin Wu's attitude. After all, he was alone now. Even so, he still respected Shen Yi very much, which showed that he was really loyal. Mr. Shen, you gave me my life. If you need me, just tell me directly. Okay. We'll talk about it later. Shen Yi stood up after he finished speaking. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. It's not as simple as relying on Lin Wu's people to kill them directly. I'm leaving first. I'll contact you when I need you. Lin Wu said, Mr. Shen, what's your phone number? How can I contact you? Shen Yi was stunned for a moment. He had just come out and didn't even have a mobile phone. Finally, after Lin Wu gave him a business card, Shen Yi left and returned to the fat man's villa area. Late at night, Zhao Shu and the thin man waited for a long time but didn't see anyone coming, so they came to the Houting nightclub again. He planned to tie Shen Yi up and beat him up to force him to tell what he had done to him. It was late at night, it couldn't be that he hadn't caught the person yet, right? After all, he spent 500,000 yuan. When he arrived at the Houting nightclub, Lin Wu just walked out of it. Lin Wu! Zhao Shu shouted after seeing him, and then walked over. Huh? Who are you? Lin Wu looked back and found that he had no impression of him. Zhao Shu introduced himself directly, and then told the story of paying to find someone. The third young master of the Zhao family. Lin Wu seemed to be thinking about something. He didn't want to take another look at him. After all, the Zhao family had fallen to the point of living in a village in the city, but when he thought of the eldest son Zhao Xiao's return, the Zhao family would surely take off again. Soon, after Lin Wu learned about it, he called back the big man who had gone out. You took the money, why didn't you bring the person here? Lin Wu looked at the big man with a serious face. The big man stammered, Wu, the person you have seen. He directly mentioned the name of Shen Yi who broke in. Huh? The person you want to kidnap is young Master Shen. You are so bold. After Lin Wu figured it out, his whole demeanor changed. He shouted angrily, come here, beat these two guys half to death and throw them to the side of the road. Ping ping pong. R. Before Zhao Shu and the thin guy knew what was going on, they were beaten half to death and thrown to the side of the road. Chapter 8. The one who was beaten was someone from the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. The next day, after breakfast, the fat man said, Anyway, there is nothing to do, why don't you come with me to my company? Shen Yi nodded and said, okay. Yesterday, he knew that the fat man had started his own business and set up an entertainment media company, which was doing well and was valued at several hundred million. Soon, the fat man went upstairs and changed into a suit. And his car was a Mercedes-Benz. When he came to the garage, Shen Yi said, I'll drive it. I haven't driven it for 5 years and I have forgotten what the car looks like. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz stopped in the garage of Chenyang Entertainment Company, Limited. After getting off the car, the fat man smiled and said, You just came out and have nothing to do, why don't you come here to be their vice president? Shen Yi was not so hypocritical, and smiled and said, okay. No problem. In the future, the two of us will replace the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. The fat man smiled and took Shen Yi's words as a joke. But Shen Yi was not joking. At least half of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce was established with the resources of the Shen family as the cornerstone. How could Shen Yi allow them to continue to develop? Upstairs, Shen Yi followed the fat man directly to his office, but as soon as he opened the door, he found that the fat man was stunned. Shen Yi also looked over, and this look was incredible. He found that there was a man and a woman in the office, doing some intimate actions on the sofa inside. You? The little fat man was suddenly a little emotional after seeing this scene. R. Accompanied by a scream, the two people on the sofa also reacted. They looked at the door at the same time. Shen Yi looked at the fat man and found that his eyes were not right. He saw the fat man walking over step by step. Ping ping. You? The fat man's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists and looked at the woman. The woman's name was Chen Ping Ping. Seeing that she had been discovered, she straightened her clothes and said calmly, "You fat pig. Since you have seen it, we won't hide it. Brother Xing and I have been together for a long time." After she finished speaking, the man also said, "You fat man. Being in your office every day is really exciting. Har har har. You?" The fat man clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger, and he felt like there was a grassland on his head. How could he not understand what happened? What's more, he was in his office all the time. R. Luo Xing. I'll fucking kill you. The fat man couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards the man in anger. Bang. As a result, Luo Xing clenched his fists and punched the fat man in the face. He used a lot of force this time. He almost made the fat man confused. Luo Xing himself had learned a few taekwondo moves, so it was no problem for him to beat an ordinary person. Bang! Luo Xing punched the fat man on the other side of his face with all his strength. R. The fat man screamed, not knowing whether it was too painful or too angry. Fatty. I'm in your office, okay. Tell you. I recorded a video, do you want me to show it? Luo Xing laughed proudly, grabbed the fat man's hair, and said arrogantly, "Let me tell you, I'm from the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, and I came here just to trick your company. It was going to be successful in a few days, and I didn't need to hide it when I planned to send you the video. Why did you suddenly come in at this time?" The fat man was furious. Chen Pingping was his girlfriend who he had been dating for a short time and was arranged by him to work in the company, and Luo Xing was his contracted artist. He didn't expect that the two of them had a purpose and came here to plot something bad. The goal is to find a way to deceive the company, and this is actually the means of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Over the years, this means has been used to deceive many newly started and potential enterprises, resulting in the Haitian Chamber of Commerce never being able to gain a firm foothold. Fatty. I just put a hat on you, so what? Can you beat me? Har har har. Luo Xing grabbed the fat man's head, arrogant. It seems that he likes to tease people like this. You? The fat man bared his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. Fatty. Do you feel very powerless? Chen Pingping chuckled on the side, then stretched out his hand and slapped the fat man's face. Brother Xing. Don't waste your words on him. Since you have seen it, beat him to death and make him hand over the contract. Chen Pingping said viciously. Luo Xing nodded, clenched his fist and planned to hit the fat man's face a few more times. But the arm that had just been raised suddenly felt like it was clamped by a clamp and could not move at all. Haven't you had enough? Shen Yi grabbed Luo Xing's arm with one hand and said coldly. Just now, Luo Xing punched the fat man twice, which was purely accidental. He didn't think that the fat man couldn't beat Luo Xing. It shouldn't be possible to beat him based on his body size, so he didn't react to stop him. Who are you? Luo Xing looked back and was stunned for a moment. Shen, Master Shen. After seeing that it was Shen Yi, Luo Xing instantly let go of the fat man, and then said nervously, Shen, Master Shen. You, why are you here? Chen Pingping was also stunned after taking a look. She had been paying attention to the fat man just now and didn't see Shen Yi. But she found something wrong and said, Brother Xing. Why are you afraid of him? He's a criminal, what's there to be afraid of? Huh. Luo Xing was stunned again and found that it made sense. Fuck you, I fucking forgot that you're a rapist. Luo Xing reacted and clenched his other hand and punched Shen Yi directly. Par. But Shen Yi had already slapped Luo Xing in the face at a speed several dozen times faster than him. R. This slap made Luo Xing dizzy and staggered. You dare to hit me? Luo Xing steadied his body and glared at Shen Yi. I'm from the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Do you know that you dare to hit me? Do you think your Shen family is the largest family? Shen Yi didn't say anything, but walked to him and hit him again. Par. I hit someone from your Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 9. Do you want to specify the time? You. Luo Xing covered his face and didn't dare to speak anymore, because these two hits hurt so much that he had never hurt so much in his life. Shen Yi didn't look at him again. He came to the fat man and found that the fat man was crying in grief. His girlfriend betrayed him, he was accused, and he was beaten like this by the other party. I guess no one can stand it. Okay, stop crying. I'll teach them a lesson for you, Shen Yi said as he took the fat man to the sofa. He then returned to Luo Xing, who said with fear in his eyes, what are you going to do? Par. Shen Yi slapped him to the ground and said, you cheated on the fat man, is it too much for me to cut you off? You. Luo Xing was shocked instantly. This kind of words was not a joke. He also felt his face swell up instantly. The force of these 3 slaps was not small. It really hurt. Forget it. Get out. If my daughter wasn't here, I would definitely cut you off, Shen Yi shouted coldly. He didn't do it in the end. After hearing this, Luo Xing didn't dare to stay and ran out frantically. Chen Pingping also didn't dare to look at Shen Yi and ran out in a hurry. After the two left, Shen Yi walked towards the fat man. Would he let Luo Xing go easily? That was impossible, but he had a better idea. Okay, stop crying. I'll make him pay. Shen Yi patted the fat man's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Luo Xing, who ran out from the other side, drove a car to the garage. After speeding all the way, he finally stopped at a racing track. Luo Xing got out of the car and found a seat to wait for a while, and finally waited for the person he wanted to see. Mr. Li. Mr. Li. Li Chenming, who was wearing a racing suit, just got out of the car and came over when he heard the voice. There were also some people around him. What's wrong? Luo Xing hurriedly said, Mr. Li. It's bad, it's bad. Shen Yi is back, he's out of prison. Par. After hearing this, Li Chenming slapped Luo Xing in the face. Why are you making so much noise? What's wrong with him coming back? I've received news since he just got out. What are you afraid of? Did he beat you up? Luo Xing rubbed his face and said aggrievedly, Mr. Li. He really beat me up, and he was very arrogant. I feel like if we don't teach him a lesson, something might happen. Li Chenming was thoughtful after listening, and he suddenly felt that Luo Xing was right. Although a person can't cause any big waves after being released, there must be no hidden dangers. Brothers, follow me. After thinking it through, Li Chenming waved his hand and said, wait for me to change my clothes, and then we'll go see this former #1 young master in Jiangcheng. More than 10 minutes later, luxury cars stopped at Shenyang Entertainment Company, Limited. Nearly 10 people, including Li Chenming, went upstairs and came to the door of the office. Bang! Li Chenming kicked the door open decisively. Mr. Shen. I heard you're back. At this time, Shen Yi was learning about the company's affairs with the fat man. He looked up and saw Li Chenming. He knew that Luo Xing would definitely call someone over, but he didn't expect it to be Li Chenming. The Li family was the 5th largest family before, and Li Chenming was the 2nd young master of the Li family. Shen Yi got up and walked over, glancing at Luo Xing and said, are you bringing in reinforcements? Luo Xing said viciously, Shen Yi. Mr. Li is here today, do you still dare to be arrogant? Li Chenming smiled and said, Shen Yi. I know you're out of prison, so I came here to ask how you're doing in prison. Shen Yi looked at Li Chenming. If it were 5 years ago, Shen Yi would kick Li Chenming in the face, and he wouldn't dare to fart. Now seeing that Shen Yi is alone, I guess they dare to ride on him and shit. So what do you want to say? Li Chenming took off a watch from his wrist and said with a fake smile, Shen Yi. Because we are friends, I know you must be short of money when you just came out. Kneel down now, this green submariner is yours. Shen Yi sneered at the watch. He had dozens of these things in his room at the beginning. Now he didn't know which bastard stole them or seized them and belonged to the state. As long as you kneel down, then call me Brother Sancheng, I dare to guarantee that you will have no worries about food and drink in the future. Li Chenming continued to say, and pointed to the ground. He had always been a little afraid of Shen Yi before, from the bottom of his heart. If he could humiliate him today, he would not have any knots in his heart in the future. Kneel down. Kneel down quickly. Kneel down for Brother Ming. Soon, Li Chenming's lackeys including Luo Xin started to make a noise, clamoring for Shen Yi to kneel down. Obviously, they all wanted to see the scene of the former number 1 young master kneeling down, and some even took out their phones to record a video. Shen Yi. As long as you kneel down, the watch is yours. I guess you must be very short of money, right? Li Chenming smiled smugly, and you can eat and drink for free with me. Don't you want to do such a good deal? Are you sure? Shen Yi sneered. Li Chenming suddenly felt that there was a chance when he heard this, and he nodded and said, sure. Really sure. Har har. Shen Yi gave him a stupid look. Huh? Don't look at me like that. Li Chenming was completely angry when he saw this look. Because Shen Yi had always looked at him like this before, treating him as a fool, and always looked at him like this. Shen Yi looked at him and said, your face is sallow, and your eye circles are puffy. These are typical symptoms of kidney deficiency. Does your hardness seem to be a little poor? As for the time, I am embarrassed to say it for you. As soon as these words came out, Li Chenming's face froze instantly. He shouted angrily, Shen Yi! Damn it, what the hell are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Should I give you a more specific time? Shen Yi smiled faintly. You? Li Chenming didn't know what to say now, mainly because Shen Yi was right. The people around him also looked at him strangely, because they all understood what he meant. You are talking nonsense. Li Chenming said stubbornly, noticing the looks from others. Here are friends who he often contacts. If they hear him admitting this, it would be a huge shame. Chapter 10, The Feeling of Ascending to Heaven. But he still said with a calm face, whatever you say is what it is. Could it be that you also know medical skills? Shen Yi nodded. Seeing him nod, Li Chenming hesitated for a moment, then pulled him and said, come with me. After Shen Yi followed him to a more secluded location, Li Chenming asked, do you really know medical skills? Did you lie to me? Shen Yi continued to nod. Can you cure me? Shen Yi still nodded. However, Li Chenming sneered, do you think I'm an idiot? Just you. Shen Yi smiled faintly and said, opportunities are rare and will never come back. Are you sure you want to give up this chance? And, I can increase your time to more than 2 hours. Li Chenming looked around and made sure that there was no one around who could hear their conversation. He approached Shen Yi and said, Shen Yi, no. Brother Yi. Can you really cure me? Is it really possible? Brother Yi. If you can really cure me, you'd be my second parent. Hearing that Li Chenming had changed his address, Shen Yi found the gap a little funny. He nodded and said, yes. Isn't it simple? But there are conditions. Li Chenming immediately said excitedly, Brother Yi. As long as you can cure me, you can give me any conditions. He really wants to last longer now. This situation is really torturous. Cell phone. Huh? What? Li Chenming was stunned. Shen Yi said, give me your phone. Li Chenming didn't ask any more questions and took out his cell phone obediently. Shen Yi reached out and took the set of prescriptions edited on it, and then said, according to this recipe, 3 bowls of water are boiled into 1 bowl, twice a day, and it will take effect on the same day. Don't stop. If you hold on, the next 2 hours will be no problem. Shen Yi patted his shoulder with a smile. Li Chenming might be desperate, he took the phone and said with a smile, Brother Yi. You are really my second parent. Shen Yi simply smiled, don't forget, there are conditions. You are considered an internal staff of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Leave your phone number to me. I will contact you if I need you in the future. An imperceptible strange color flashed across Li Chenming's eyes, and he nodded and said, okay. Brother Yi. You cured me, whatever you say is what it is. Afterwards, he did not stay for long, left a business card for Shen Yi, and left directly with Luo Xing and other lackeys. Shen Yi returned to the fat man's office. The latter came up and asked him about it, and Shen Yi told him the truth. What? I.e. Are you mistaken? You increased it to 2 hours, the fat man said in confusion. Hammer's 2 hours, I don't even have 2 hours, how can it be his turn? Shen Yi laughed. He did this for a reason. As for Li Chenming, after he left, he asked someone to grab the medicine on the prescription, and then bought the necessary tools. Finally, he started cooking in the villa where he lived. Mr. Li. Is this thing really useful? You think Shen Yi wouldn't lie? Asked the lackey at the side. Snap. Li Chenming slapped him and shouted, lie to me? Would he dare to do that even if he had 10 times the courage? This idiot is so self-righteous that he thinks he can get me to do things for him just by giving me a prescription. You think too highly of yourself. Soon after it was almost cooked, Li Chenming looked at a bowl of black and sticky medicinal soup. He smelled it and found it had a strong smell of Chinese medicine, but he figured it was just like that. But he didn't drink it directly. Instead, he pulled Luoxing over and said, you come? You go first. Luoxing looked at the unpleasant-smelling medicine soup with a face full of reluctance. Mr. Li. This. Stop talking nonsense. Drink it quickly. I'm not going to hurt you. This medicine cost a lot of money. It's a good thing. You won't die after drinking it. Maybe it can even make you healthy. In the end, Luoxing didn't dare to disobey and drank the whole bowl in one breath. How do you feel? Li Chenming asked. After a while, Luoxing said, I feel, my body is a little hot, as if there is some reaction. How long have you been here? Li Chenming asked. About half an hour. Luoxing stammered. Par. Li Chenming slapped him on the head and shouted, tell the truth. 5 minutes. Luoxing said weakly. Li Chenming didn't say anything else, but called someone over. Finally, he pushed Luoxing and the other two into a room. Come in. Give me some time to try. Next, Li Chenming and others waited silently. More than half an hour later, Luoxing came out with an excited look on his face. Li, Master Li. This. When Li Chenming saw this, his face turned delighted. He quickly made another bowl of it. Seeing this, his lackeys all said, Mr. Li. Make me a bowl too. I want to drink too. Yes, Mr. Li. Get some for the brothers too. Get out of my way. Li Chenming said mercilessly. It's enough for him to have such a good thing himself, why share it with others? By the evening, Li Chenming had made 3 bowls of soup and drank them all in one breath. Following the principle of 1 + 1 = 2, drinking 1 bowl will increase the effect 6 times. What if I drink 3 bowls? Gudong. After Li Chenming finished drinking, he looked outside the room and saw that it was getting dark. This is such a good time. More than an hour later. Li Chenming was lying on the bed, hugged by women on both sides. Mr. Li. When did you become so powerful? Yes, Mr. Li, you are so amazing. Har. Li Chenming laughed loudly. This feeling is simply hard to describe in words. Suddenly, Li Chenming's phone rang. He saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he still answered it. Hey. Li Chenming. How do you feel? When Li Chenming heard the voice, he laughed out loud. Har. Shen Yi. Your prescription is really good, I feel like I'm going to ascend to heaven. Really? Then don't forget our agreement. I'll call you when I need you. Fuck you. Li Chenming suddenly cursed the next moment. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? You bought me off with just a crappy prescription. You are such a self-righteous person. You still want me to do things for you. You are so damn naive. Go away. I'll accept this prescription with reluctance. It might even bring me some unexpected wealth. Stupid thing, I. Li Chenming finally uttered a beautiful summer phrase and hung up the phone. He threw his phone aside and said to himself, I really think highly of myself, har. At the same time, he couldn't help laughing. This prescription could not only improve himself, but if it was used in the medical industry, wouldn't it be a huge profit? He had already imagined himself counting handfuls of money. Chapter 11 Tragic Duo. The second day. Bang. Li Chenming, who was still sleeping soundly, was awakened by a series of hurried knocks on the door. Who the fuck is that? Li Chenming came out in his pajamas and opened the door. He found that it was Luoxing who knocked on the door. What are you doing? Li Chenming didn't know how many times he had done it last night, and he was sleeping soundly just now. Mr. Li. Oh no, I. Luo Xing made a long story short, and the simple meaning was that he couldn't get hard anymore. What did you say? Li Chenming had a bad feeling. He couldn't get up for no apparent reason. He entered the bathroom and after a while his angry shouts were heard. I'm so fucking. Li Chenming walked out with a gloomy face, and he found that he was no longer able to do it. Recalling that both of them drank that medicinal soup, Luo Xing also said, Mr. Li. We all drank it, could it be that there is something wrong with the prescription given by Shen Yi? Do I even need to think about this? Li Chenming was very angry and kicked Luo Xing in anger. Call someone. How dare this kid play tricks on me? Soon, Li Chenming gathered more than a dozen people and rushed into Chenyang Entertainment Company. This time, the people he called were all holding sticks, and it was obvious that they were determined not to give up. At this time, Shen Yi and Fatty were talking about future plans in the office. Bang! After the door was kicked open, Li Chenming rushed in and shouted, Shen Yi! I'm your mother, are you kidding me? Soon after, a large group of people swarmed in, each holding a stick and looking unfriendly. Daddy! When the little girl Moo saw so many people, she grabbed Shen Yi's arm. You are looking for death? Li Chenming was furious. He took a baseball bat and strode over. Shen Yi had harmed him to such an extent, so naturally he had to return the favor. But you have to be more ruthless, use a baseball bat, at least yours won't be broken. Bang! As soon as Li Chenming reached Shen Yi, before he even raised his stick, the latter stood up and slapped him in the face. Shen Yi used quite a bit of force in this slap, which directly sent Li Chenming flying up into the air, and he spun and hit the wall of the office. You scared my daughter. Ooh. After Li Chenming bumped into him, he fell to the ground again and screamed. He didn't understand why Shen Yi was so strong, it was so outrageous. What the hell are you guys still standing there for? Come on. Destroy that thing of his, quickly. Li Chenming covered his face and stood up with difficulty, shouting at the dazed lackeys. The lackeys beside him were also shocked by Shen Yi's strength, but with so many people around them, why should they be afraid of him? Then they all clenched their sticks. Luo Xing was the first to rush over because he was also a victim. Shen Yi glanced at the crowd, there were about 10 people, if the office wasn't big enough, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. I learned martial arts from the old man in prison. Although we didn't fight much, they were all ordinary people and he could handle them with just a flick of his fingers. But what he needs now is deterrence, and the target of deterrence is Li Chenming. Give him a sense of oppression. Whoosh! Shen Yi took out a silver needle, threw it out and stabbed it directly into Luo Xing's wrist. Luo Xing felt a pain, the baseball bat fell to the ground, and he began to wail. Those who were planning to go up later were stunned when they saw this. However, Shen Yi did not give them time to think, and a row of silver needles appeared in his hand again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Within a few seconds, the only sounds in the entire office were screams. Li Chenming on the side was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on. You did this? He looked at Shen Yi with some fear. In his impression, Shen Yi didn't have this ability. He was just an ordinary person. But how come he became so mysterious after not seeing him for a few years? Shen Yi looked at him and said with a half smile, wouldn't 2 hours be nice? If you insist on turning against me, you can't blame me. He had known for a long time that Li Chenming would never agree to his request, and if he simply modified the prescription, it might take a little longer at first, but after a while, it would lead to tragedy. You Shen Yi, you have courage. You're a rapist who just got out of prison, and you dare to play with me like this? I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Although Li Chenming was a little scared, he didn't show it. After he shouted enough, he ran outside frantically. Shen Yi did not chase after him, he wanted to deal with the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, and the reason why Li Chenming became like this was also part of his plan. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here. Shen Yi looked at the dozen lackeys and shouted. His hand was injured but his leg was fine, which was why he didn't fix his leg. After everyone left, the fat man came over and said, you and Li Chenming have a grudge today. What if he retaliates? It's okay, I have a plan. Later, after lunch, Shen Yi found that there were only a few silver needles left, so he planned to buy a few boxes, firstly for self-defense, and secondly, to temporarily treat the injured if necessary. Moo moo. Follow your fat uncle first, daddy is going out for a while. Okay, daddy. Fatty had bought him a mobile phone before, and Shen Yi found the nearest Chinese medicine clinic based on the navigation. When he bought several boxes and was about to leave, he found several doctors in white coats carrying an old man and placing him on a temporary bed nearby. Doctor! Doctor! Please save my grandpa. As long as you cure my grandfather, I can agree to any condition. Then a young girl in her 20s followed in and said anxiously. After taking a look, several doctors were all helpless and said, the patient's temperature is already very low. The situation is not good. Let Dr. Xue come. Soon, Dr. Xue was invited in. He was a very young man in a white coat. His name is Xue Jing. He went abroad for further studies. The clinic is a private one with good treatment, so he stayed here. Xue Jing looked at the old man, put his hand on his neck and said, the situation is indeed not good, but it can be cured. Go and prepare. After Xue Jing finished speaking, he placed his hands on the old man's chest, intending to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Hey! Stop! I guarantee that if you press it no more than 3 times, the person will be sent away. Stop now! Shen Yi shouted quickly after seeing his action. He must understand that doctors have a kind heart and should save people through their practice. He witnessed this situation today and he couldn't just pretend he didn't see it. What did you say? Xue Jing didn't press it, and looked at Shen Yi in surprise. Where did you come from to accuse me? He ignored Shen Yi and planned to continue pressing. Shen Yi quickly went over and grabbed his wrist. Do you really want someone to die? Roll. Who the hell are you? Xue Jing said angrily after being grabbed by him. Don't press it. Shen Yi said as he looked at the old man and found that his face was already pale, almost like a dead body, but he still had a pulse. What are you doing? If my grandpa is not safe today, none of you can escape responsibility. The girl next to them couldn't help but shout when she saw the conflict between the two. Xue Jing looked at her and said, you saw it too. He was the one who was obstructing it. Maybe he didn't want your grandfather to be well. You can't blame me for that. Of course the girl could see clearly and trusted the doctor more. She pulled Shen Yi and said, hurry up and get up. Don't get in the way here. Chapter 12, A Doctor's Heart of Compassion. Shen Yi didn't look at her, but took out the silver needle. Hey! What are you doing? Xue Jing wanted to stop him when he saw him. You can't save the patient, so let me do it. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he planned to give him acupuncture. He found that the old man's condition was very bad and he could not withstand the torture, and he didn't have much time left. Fuck! You're still pretending, aren't you? Xue Jing was very upset when he heard Shen Yi do it himself, let alone trying to stop him. He pushed Shen Yi directly, but suddenly said uncertainly, You are Master Shen. At the same time, some doctors nearby also looked over and exclaimed, Oh my god! It really is Master Shen. I met the real person today. Keep a low profile. I'll save people first. Shen Yi pretended to be calm and collected. But Xue Jing soon discovered something was wrong. He shouted, Fuck you, I forgot you were in prison. He turned to look at the girl and said, Miss, I advise you to stop this troublemaker, otherwise it will be too late to say anything if it causes harm to the patient. The reason why Xue Jing said this was that he noticed that there were many people who looked like bodyguards outside the clinic, and they must be people around the girl. The girl looked at Shen Yi angrily, Stop making trouble, okay. The next second she ordered the bodyguard to come in and stop Shen Yi. Shen Yi said helplessly, I'm saving people. What good will it do me if people die? But the girl didn't listen to him and said to Xue Jing, Hurry up and save my grandfather. If you can save him, I will give you 10 million. When Xue Jing heard this number, his eyes almost popped out, and he said, Okay. I will definitely save her, I will definitely save her. He then began cardiopulmonary resuscitation, intending to stabilize the patient first. At first, the old man's face began to change. The second time, his face suddenly turned red like a burning charcoal. The third time. Whoosh! Before he could press it out, Shen Yi threw out a silver needle and nailed it into Xue Jing's hand. Then in the blink of an eye he was beside the old man and gently inserted another silver needle into the old man's chest. The person is really going to die. He looked at Xue Jing coldly. Are you? Xue Jing grimaced in pain due to the sudden pain. The bodyguard standing by was dumbfounded. He didn't know how the person got away from them. Dr. Xue. It's over. The patient has no vital signs. At the same time, the doctor next to him checked the old man's condition. Xue Jing covered his wrist and glared at Shen Yi. Grandpa. After hearing what the doctor said, the girl ran over to take a look and burst into tears. It's all your fault. Did you do it on purpose? She stared at Shen Yi with tears in her eyes. Don't cry, I can still save you. Shen Yi said as he planned to start saving people. What's going on? Just then, an old man with white hair and beard walked over. Xue Jing looked at it and told him the situation with gritted teeth. The old man was Mr. Huang, who was known as the best doctor in Jiangcheng. Mr. Huang did not ask the reason, but examined the patient first. After taking a look at the patient, he shook his head and sighed. Girl. Please accept my condolences. The girl's face was full of tears. She bit her lip and pushed Shen Yi with both hands. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Don't worry, he's not dead yet, I can save him. Shen Yi finished speaking and began to prepare. This time, no one stopped him because no one thought that the dead could be revived. You are Mr. Huang, noticed Shen Yi at this time. Mr. Huang. Shen Yi smiled. Without saying anything, he unbuttoned the old man's chest, and a row of silver needles appeared in his hand. Taking the needle on the chest as the starting point, 8 needles were used again to gently twist different positions on the old man's chest. Mr. Huang. Look at him. Xue Jing said from the side. Huang Lao raised his hand to stop him. Don't talk first. He found that Shen Yi's acupuncture technique was very strange and mysterious. The silver needles seemed to come alive in his hands. The place where the 9 silver needles are connected looks particularly like the shape of a dragon. Could this be the 9 needles of the wandering dragon? Mr. Huang said in shock. What are you doing? Stop it now. The girl, who was still crying, finally discovered that Shen Yi was giving her acupuncture, and she planned to stop Shen Yi. Mr. Huang stopped her and said, Girl. Don't get excited yet, maybe Master Shen can really cure it. A few minutes later. Shen Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, took back the 9 silver needles, looked at Mr. Huang and said with a smile, Mr. Huang. Do you also know the 9 needles of the wandering dragon? Mr. Huang nodded and smiled, yes. I saw a general description of it in an ancient book before. Master Shen, your needlework. Shen Yi shook his head and said, I learned it from someone, but I'm not sure who it was. Mr. Huang stroked his beard and smiled without saying much. It wasn't that Shen Yi was lying to him, but he really didn't know who the old man was. In fact, Mr. Huang has always been on good terms with the Shen family, and Shen Yi also knows him. Now that he sees him again, he didn't expect that Mr. Huang's way of addressing him has not changed. At this time, the girl pushed Shen Yi angrily, You bastard, what did you do to my grandfather? She is very angry now. She could have been cured, but this guy messed it up. Look at your grandfather's face. Shen Yi said. The girl took a look and found that the old man's face had become much rosier and was no longer as pale as before, but he had not woken up yet. Master Shen. This disease. Mr. Huang looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi looked at the old man and said, I can't guarantee it. I can only make a rough guess. I guess we'll know it soon. Not long after, the old man's face turned red again, like burning charcoal. Here it comes. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he found a fresh bag and put it to the old man's mouth. At this moment, the old man suddenly vomited a large amount of black sticky liquid. Ahem. After he coughed a few times, the old man woke up. Where am I? Grandpa. The girl shed tears of excitement when she saw the man wake up. She also looked at Shen Yi. Big brother, what disease did my grandfather have? Will he be in trouble in the future? Shen Yi said, I'm not sick, I'm just poisoned. Oh, I'm glad you're not sick. What? Poison. The girl had relaxed at first, but became anxious again when she heard that. Poison? Who poisoned me? Shen Yi spread his hands and said, I don't know about that. At this time, Mr. Huang asked, Master Shen. What is going on? He clearly saw the person was already dead, yet he was still able to be rescued. Shen Yi shook the bag and explained, This is a strange poison. After taking it, it will parasitize their heart and constantly absorb the body's heat. Over a long period of time, you will feel weak in your limbs and afraid of cold. After a long time, a person will faint involuntarily. At this time, all the anger in the body is accumulated in the heart. If you press it casually, then boom! At the end of his speech, Shen Yi suddenly looked at the girl, and this sudden look startled the latter. So, if I press it, my grandfather's heart. That's right, it will explode. Shen Yi also looked at Xue Jing, who was standing beside him. Xue Jing didn't go to see him, he just felt ashamed. Unlike other illnesses, this is why he took decisive action to stop it, because people can really die easily. Grandpa. Who do you think poisoned you? The girl looked at the old man nervously. Let's not talk about this for now. The old man looked at Shen Yi and said, My dear friend, thank you for saving me. No need to thank me. Shen Yi smiled faintly. A doctor should be kind-hearted and help the world. Chapter 13, Money Doesn't Matter, I just like saving people. The old man also smiled after hearing this. He looked at the girl and said, Yinger. Did you promise anything to this little genius doctor? When the girl heard this, she touched her head and said, It seems, not. But she suddenly remembered that she would give that person 10 million if he was cured. I think I said I'd give you 10 million. Well, okay. The old man nodded and said, 10 million is 10 million. Shen Yi smiled at this time. Actually, money doesn't matter. I just finished detoxification and my body is very weak. It's best to stay in the hospital for observation for a period of time. The old man laughed heartily a few times. Okay. Okay. Then I'll listen to the little doctor. Yinga, you stay first and I'll give you the reward. Then the old man left the clinic with several bodyguards. Master Shen. When did you come out? Mr. Huang said at this time. Only 2 days. Shen Yi laughed. Old Huang sighed and said, Alas. I know everything about you. The Haitian Chamber of Commerce was founded by the Chen, Sun and Li families, and it has changed the landscape of Jiangcheng. There's even a rumor going around that Jiangcheng belongs to the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. That's enough to show what kind of status it means. You must think carefully about everything you do in the future. Facing Mr. Huang's instructions, Shen Yi was still very moved. He said, Mr. Huang. Don't worry about this. I have plans. That's good. Old Huang smiled and said nothing more. He could already see that Shen Yi had changed a lot compared to 5 years ago. Come out with me. At this time, the girl actually pulled Shen Yi. Shen Yi looked at Mr. Huang awkwardly, and the latter just stroked his beard and smiled, then turned and walked into the clinic. I know my limits. I didn't hurt any nerves. I'll be fine after a period of rest. After Shen Yi watched Xue Jing finish speaking, he found a bottle to put the black poison in, and then followed the girl out of the clinic. When they got outside, the girl said, Little miracle doctor. Thank you for saving my grandfather. My name is Qin Yuyin. The nickname is gone, it's so corny. Hello. My name is Shen Yi. Shen Yi said with a smile. At the same time, it was also the first time that he looked at Qin Yuyin carefully and found that she was very beautiful, with a beauty mole between her eyebrows. She looked pure and noble. Shen Yi? Har. No wonder he is a miracle doctor, even the pronunciation is the same. Qin Yuyin smiled, blinking her watery eyes. The name is purely coincidental. Shen Yi said, touching his nose. Qin Yuyin looked at the bottle in Shen Yi's hand and asked curiously, Little doctor. Didn't you say it was poison? Then why did you hide it? Shen Yi looked at his hand and said, Medicine and poison are the same, medicine and poison have the same origin. I'll keep it, maybe it can be useful. Also, I emphasize, remove the small print. Qin Yuyin stuck out her tongue and said, Har har, since we agreed on 10 million, here you go. After she finished speaking, she took out a card, handed it to Shen Yi, and said, I'll give you this card. There's money in it, definitely more than 10 million. The password is the last 6 digits. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not, the main thing is that I like saving people. Although he said so, Shen Yi still took it over involuntarily. He is very short of money now. If he wants to deal with Haitian Chamber of Commerce in the future, he must have some capital. However, Shen Yi was a little curious. She was so generous, so she must not be an ordinary person. Why had he never seen Qin Yuyin in Jiangcheng before? He knows all the rich girls. Qin Yuyin covered her mouth and laughed a few times when she saw how serious he was. You are so interesting. Shen Yi touched his nose, not knowing how to respond to her words. Okay. I'm going to the hospital to see Grandpa. Let's leave contact information. Finally, the two left each other their numbers before Qin Yuyin left. Shen Yi did not stay long. After saying goodbye to Mr. Huang, he also left the clinic. At the same time, First People's Hospital. Snap. 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 Li Chenming vented his anger in a ward, which had been turned into a mess, and he even beat up the lackey next to him. The lackeys had gauze wrapped around their wrists and dared not speak, so they were used as human sandbags. Shen Yi. I will never forgive you. Finally, perhaps because he was tired, Li Chenming sat on the hospital bed. He went to the hospital for a checkup, and all the doctors said there was nothing they could do and that there was no possibility of recovery. Doesn't this mean he will be a useless person for the rest of his life? For a playboy, this is even more painful than killing him. Li Chenming roared with nowhere to vent his anger. Finally, the furious Li Chenming suddenly came up with a solution. He made a phone call and said, "Brother, give me some money. I want to kill someone." At the same time, next door to the ward, Jiaoshu and Thin Man were lying on adjacent beds. They were beaten half to death by Lin Wu's men. Now they can't get up. They were found and sent to the hospital by others. Thin guy, go borrow some money and pay the medical bill first, Jiaoshu said a little weakly. The skinny guy was skinny to begin with, and he was probably only a few breaths away after being beaten. Brother Shu. Where can I borrow money? Jiaoshu said, go to the online loan website and borrow as much as you can. I'm restricted and can't borrow. My eldest brother will be back the day after tomorrow. Then you will have your moment of glory. Okay, Brother Shu, I'll listen to you. In the end, the thin guy opened an online loan platform and borrowed about 1 million yuan in total. Haojing nightclub. Top floor. Fifth master. The second young master of the Li family wants to see you. Please come in. After Li Chenming and others came in, they said directly, Master Lin Wu, I'll give you 1 million, go and kidnap someone for me. I want to emphasize that you need to get that thing off of him, and cut it off bit by bit. Then break off your limbs and send them to me. Uncle Lin Wu stood up and walked over. Although he had no connections with the Li family, the Haitian Chamber of Commerce was now at its peak, and he generally did not want to make enemies. Besides, it's just a trivial matter. Who are you going to get? Name and photo. Li Chenming directly said that Shen Yi wanted revenge. Not only would he cut him off, but he would also torture him severely, otherwise it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. Master Lin Wu's face darkened when he heard this. You guys are going to deal with Master Shen too. Someone. Beat him half to death and throw him on the side of the road. Ping pong. Before Li Chenming and others could figure out what was going on, they were beaten half to death and thrown to the side of the road. Chapter 14, The Three Young Masters of Jiangcheng. As for Shen Yi, he went to the bank to check first and found that there was more than 18 million in the card Qin Yuyin gave him. This time we got an extra 8 million. Finally he brought Mu with him and bought a charger for a cartoon watch. After it was fully charged, Shen Yi said, Mu, call your mother quickly. Okay, Daddy. Mu said, and then she pressed her hand on it, and soon a voice came, Hey. Mu. The voice is very soft and sounds extremely pleasant. Mom. Mu, where are you now? Mom. Dad and I are together. There was silence over there. Seeing this, Shen Yi said nervously, Hey. After a moment of silence, their voice on the other end was very cold, Shen Yi. You should have died 5 years ago, do you know that? Shen Yi. Well. I can't help myself. Where are you now? Can we meet and talk? Mu's mother seemed unwilling to talk to Shen Yi anymore. She said, Mu. Follow your father first. I'll pick you up when I'm done with my work. The mother and daughter chatted next, and Shen Yi couldn't get a word in. But he was already certain that Mu's mother must be the person he had hurt 5 years ago. The next day, Shen Yi received a call as soon as he woke up. He found out that it was Qin Yuyin who called and asked him to come to their hospital. Shen Yi didn't think much about it. He brought his daughter to the hospital and found the ward. Little miracle doctor. You are here. My grandpa wants to thank you in person. Qin Yuan laughed when she saw him come in. Can Xiao Zi go? Shen Yi almost wanted to roll his eyes. Wow. Sister. You are so beautiful. Shen Yi's daughter, who was in his arms, suddenly exclaimed. Qin Yuan only then discovered that Shen Yi was holding a little girl. This is my daughter. Shen Yi smiled. Qin Yuan touched Mumu's face and said with a smile, Little sister, you are also very cute. Sister. I want you to hug me. Mumu stretched out her two little hands. After Shen Yi handed Mumu to Qin Yuan, he sat next to the bed. Mr. Qin. Old Qin smiled amiably. Friend Shen. You really surprised me. Yesterday he specially sent someone to investigate Shen Yi. Originally, many people knew about Shen Yi's affairs, and a little inquiry would reveal the truth. When he found out, Old Qin was particularly shocked. Old Qin didn't ask much about this matter, and said, Friend Shen, you said I was poisoned. Shen Yi nodded and said, Yes, the poison is very strange and very overbearing. But I guess it won't be long. After hearing this, Old Qin stroked his beard and said to himself, I think I understand now. What do you understand? Shen Yi said subconsciously. This was just something he said casually. Friend Shen. Since you saved me, I won't hide it from you. Old Qin said slowly, Yinger and I are not from Jiangcheng. We are from Pancheng. We came to Jiangcheng this time to discuss cooperation with the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Haitian Chamber of Commerce wants to expand its business to Pancheng, and we plan to have a conversation. Hearing this, Shen Yi felt awed. It might be that the benefits were unevenly distributed, so they would do something dirty next time, or it might be that they had planned this from the beginning. Whichever it was, it didn't matter anymore because the poison had already been administered. You really will do anything you can. Shen Yi sneered. Old Qin knew Shen Yi's situation well, and he said, Friend Shen. Haitian Chamber of Commerce has been using almost the same tactics over the years, so you should be more careful. Shen Yi nodded. Sooner or later, I will eradicate them completely. Looking at his calm face, Old Qin didn't think Shen Yi was delusional, because this was inconsistent with the courage and calmness of a young man who had been in prison for 5 years and carried a blood feud. Wanxing Hotel. This is the best hotel in Jiangcheng. Today, there are many luxury cars here, and many dignitaries are coming and going. The reason is that today is the 5th anniversary of the establishment of Haitian Chamber of Commerce. The entire hotel was booked, and all the people who had made reservations previously were kicked out. No one dared to say anything. In a luxurious banquet hall, at a table. Shen Yi is out, you all know about it, right? A young man in a suit and tie said as he picked up the red wine glass and took a sip. He is Li Qinzhan, the eldest son of the Li family. I know. So what if it comes out? I understand that, but even if I come out, it won't cause any big waves. There were quite a few people at the table, but only 2 of them were talking, Chen Xingwei and Sun Ming. Li Qinzhan chuckled and said, It seems that he has some ability. Not only did he cripple my brother, but he also saved the old immortal from the Qin family. People from the Haitian Chamber of Commerce are spread all over Jiangcheng, so they will get news of any disturbance. Chen Xingwei said, I don't know from whom I learned some mediocre medical skills, but I knew it clearly when I was in prison. Sun Ming continued, Master Li. Your brother is crippled, and you won't seek revenge. Don't worry, he seems to still be in contact with Mr. Lin Wu. But do you know any news about Zhao Xiao? Li Qinzhan shook his head and suddenly said. The 2 nodded to show that they understood. He went out to join the army without saying a word, and now he seems to have got a high position. Chen Xingwei shook his head and smiled. He wouldn't think that what happened to the Zhao family was done by our 3 families, right? In Jiangcheng, our 3 families are the kings. So what if he gets promoted to a high-ranking official? Sun Ming shook his head in disdain. Don't be too confident. Li Qinzhan said, once Zhao Xiao comes back, the 5 young masters of Jiangcheng will be together again. I'm somewhat looking forward to it. At this point, his eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Any threat should be nipped in the bud. Hearing this, Chen Xingwei and the others already understood what Li Qinzhan meant. He was naturally referring to Shen Yi. But we have to meet this former number 1 young master of Jiangcheng. Sun Ming also said, doesn't he have a relationship with Master Lin Wu? Then let Chen Shan do it. It's time to unify the black, grey and white of Jiangcheng. Chapter 15 Master Lin Wu, The End of the Road. A tall, bald man with a murderous look came to the table. Three of you. Are you looking for me? The underground forces in Jiangcheng are controlled by two people, one is Mr. Lin Wu, and the other is the current bald man Chen Shan. Chen Shan's style of doing things is much more ruthless than Lin Wu's. So far, no one who has provoked him has had a good ending. He started out by lending money at high interest rates in his early years, and joined the Haitian Chamber of Commerce a few years ago, becoming even more unscrupulous. Chen Shan. It's time for you and Mr. Lin Wu to have an understanding, Li Qinshan said, then waved his hand, motioning him to sit down. Chen Shan sat down and said with a smile, Master Li. I've been waiting for you to say this. When I almost killed him, someone saved him. Then he committed a crime and went to jail. I sent someone to assassinate him. He was almost dead, but he was saved again. Do you think he is lucky? Qian Xingwei waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. You can take people to kill him now. Chen Shan was immediately excited when he heard this, har har har. I've been waiting for this day for too long, but, should I inform the three presidents? Li Qinshan said, just go ahead and do it. We'll talk over there and prepare anything that needs to be prepared in advance. Now the three of them can control the important decisions of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Because the three heads of Chen, Sun and Li were discussing how to expand the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, and their target was set outside, the three of them could make the final decision internally. Let's start with Master Lin Wu. Today is a good day. It's been 5 whole years, a beginning and an end. Sun Ming laughed a few times. It was evening. In Shenyang Entertainment, Shen Yi and Fatty were preparing to leave. But when they were about to leave, Shen Yi said, by the way, Fatty. Where is Afeng? You guys haven't been in touch. The fat man shook his head and said, alas, when you went in, Afeng was so angry that he beat up Li Qinshan and the others. He beat them pretty hard. So I advised him to go out and hide. As a result, after he left, I couldn't contact him anymore. Shen Yi sighed, this kid. His temper has never changed, but he is different from others, so it should be fine. Let's go. In the evening, this time is the peak business period for various entertainment venues. At this time, the Haojing nightclub seemed a little different. There were countless vans driving outside. After they parked, strong men armed with knives and sticks got out, all with ferocious tattoos. These people are different from ordinary thugs. They are the kind that can sense their hostility. It looked pitch black from the outside and I had no idea how many people there were. Chen Shan walked out of the crowd, holding a machete, and looked up at the door plaque of Haojing nightclub. His eyes revealed cruel excitement, har har har. Chen Shan laughed loudly, waved his hand and shouted, brothers. Come on. These people are all bodyguards hired by the Haitian Chamber of Commerce at a high price, and they specialize in doing those shameful things. The spot had been marked before coming here. Uncle Lin Wu was inside and had never gone out. At this time, all the people who came inside to have fun were stunned when they saw the large group of people swarming in. They all looked for places to hide. Chen Shan led everyone and rushed directly to the top floor. No matter who intercepted them on the way, they would be chopped down. Faced with such fighting power and momentum, the guards didn't dare to stop them and could only let them go to the top floor. After reaching the top floor, I found Master Lin Wu's room. Swish! Bang! Chen Shan swung his knife at it a few times, then kicked it open. At this time, Master Lin Wu was sitting on the sofa, looking outside the door with a grim expression. He had known this as soon as they appeared below. I thought this day would come, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Although the two of them have the same status on the surface in recent years, they both know that Master Lin Wu can never beat Chen Shan. For those people behind Chen Shan, it would basically only take a few minutes to kill him. Lin Wu. Chen Shan revealed a bloodthirsty murderous intent, strode over, and then stepped on the coffee table in front of him. Har har har. I've wanted to chop you up for a long time, but you're lucky. Let me see who can save you today. Chen Shan's tone was extremely rough, mixed with excitement and cruelty. Uncle Lin Wu placed his right hand behind his back and clenched his left hand, but it was trembling slightly. If you chose this path back then, you must be prepared for today, because this is a path with no turning back. Maybe I could have asked Master Shen for help before, maybe he would have some solution. But now we are at the end of the road and nothing we say will help. Chen Shan. Uncle Lin Wu slowly read out his name, with a smile on his face. Chen Shan narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and clenched his right hand, which was also holding the machete. Bang! You should also take the blame for me. Uncle Lin Wu suddenly pulled out a pistol from his back. He pointed it at Chen Shan and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! Chen Shan had already noticed it, and he threw the machete away quickly, while turning sideways to avoid the bullet. However, human reaction ability is limited. He groaned and was hit by a bullet in the right chest. Uncle Lin Wu was not in a good situation either. The machete hit his shoulder, which happened to be the shoulder where the gun was held. When he tried to raise his gun again, he found that he had no strength left. He looked at Chen Shan with red eyes. Most people's heart is on the left side. Maybe this is fate. Some people seem to be born with a ruthlessness, no matter what happens. Chen Shan covered his right chest, gritted his teeth, and walked in front of Master Lin Wu without saying a word. Laugh. He pulled the machete out of Uncle Lin Wu's body and then chopped him twice. You still want to drag me down with you? Puff. Chen Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and stabbed him several times again. When Uncle Lin Wu stopped responding, Chen Shan kicked him again, only to find that he was not dead yet. He did not continue to chop, but waved his hand. Come here. Bring me some ice. The person behind him didn't ask any more questions and soon brought several large buckets of ice. Then, at Chen Shan's command, he fell on Master Lin Wu. I didn't beat you in the first fight, so this is how you fed me ice cubes. I will give it back to you 10 times now. Chen Shan laughed crazily, not caring at all about the injuries on his body. Chapter 16, Medicine and Poison are the same, medicine and poison have the same origin. The next day, Shen Yi went to the hospital after waking up today. The reason was that Qin Yuan called him and said that they were leaving and wanted to say goodbye to Chen Yi. Little doctor, we'll be leaving soon. Why don't you go to Pancheng to play when you have time? Qin Yuan smiled sweetly when she saw Chen Yi. How many times have I told you, Xiaozi, can you go? Shen Yi said speechlessly. A miracle doctor is a miracle doctor, why does he always have a small word on it? It sounds really corny for a grown man like him. He. Qin Yuan just smiled at this. At this time, Mr. Qin said, Friend Shen, if you need anything in the future, you can contact Yinger directly. Shen Yi smiled and nodded. He said, by the way, we didn't reach an agreement with the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. You should be more careful. What if they use some tricks again? In the end, they didn't talk much, and after Qin Yuan and the others left, Shen Yi also planned to leave. But just as he walked out of the hospital, he bumped into a man who was in a hurry. Shen Yi wanted to say, don't you have any fucking eyes? But when he looked at the person, he found that he seemed to have some impression of him. You are, Lin Wen. Sorry. The person who bumped into Shen Yi apologized a few times, and then heard his name being called. Lin Wen looked up and said uncertainly, are you Mr. Shen? Shen Yi nodded and said, what are you doing in the hospital? Lin Wen is the nephew of Master Lin Wu, who is still in college and knew Shen Yi before. After hearing this, Lin Wen told the story anxiously. What? Lao Wu yesterday. The two then entered the hospital and found the ward where Master Lin Wu was staying. Shen Yi walked over and found that Master Lin Wu was in a coma. His face looked pale and bloodless. If you didn't know, you would think he was dead. Last night, after Chen Shan had someone pour ice on Master Lin Wu, he did not continue to stab him, wanting to kill Master Lin Wu in this cruel way. In the end, after everyone left, the one who was watching the scene pretended to be brave and sent the man to the hospital. Shen Yi glanced at the electrocardiogram next to him, and his heart rate was getting lower and lower. He took out a silver needle and pierced the basic acupuncture points on Master Lin Wu's body, but when Shen Yi's hand touched the cold skin, he suddenly felt that there was little hope. Although Master Lin Wu had injuries and bled a lot, none of them were fatal. Now his whole body was invaded by a strong cold air, which had penetrated into his internal organs. In this situation, even if he used the 9 needles of the Wandering Dragon, it would be of no help. Because the body has long lost the ability to offset the cold. Who did this? Shen Yi looked at Lin Wen and asked in a deep voice. Lin Wu immediately told him what happened to Chen Shan last night. At the same time, Shen Yi also understood that although this day would come sooner or later, his appearance now made the date come forward. It had something to do with him. If Shen Yi hadn't contacted Master Lin Wu, this day wouldn't have come so soon. Suddenly, Shen Yi thought of something, and he said, "I'll go out for a while." Then he quickly left the hospital and came to Mr. Huang's clinic. "Mr. Huang, let me get some medicine. Mr. Huang is not here." Unexpectedly, the person talking to Shen Yi was Shui Jing. "If you're not here, help me catch it. Scutellaria bacalensis, sandalwood, prunella vulgaris." Shen Yi listed many Chinese medicines in succession. Shui Jing shook his head and said, "No. None of what you said is true. I'm saving people. I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up." Shen Yi said expressionlessly. "If I say there's no product, then there's no product. If you want to look for it, go look somewhere else," Shui Jing said casually. Shen Yi didn't say anything else, but took a bag and went in to start looking for the herbs he needed. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Breaking in? Where's the security? The security is. Shui Jing was about to shout when he saw this, but before he could tell where the security guard was, he found himself unable to speak. Just now, Shen Yi took out a silver needle and pierced the back of his neck. "In 2 hours, you will be able to move." Next, Shui Jing found that he could neither move nor speak, and could only maintain the same posture. Soon Shen Yi got the necessary herbs, and during this time a doctor discovered him. However, knowing his relationship with Mr. Huang, no one asked much questions. However, many people noticed Shui Jing's abnormality. Even some patients were curious and didn't even go to see their doctors to gather and watch Shui Jing. Seeing these people standing still, if you didn't know better you would think they were performing performance art. Shen Yi grabbed the medicine and started to boil it again. After putting everything in, he took out the bottle. It contained the poison that old Qin coughed out. This poison was very strange, and even Shen Yi didn't know what it was called. The same goes for medicine and poison. Drugs and poison have the same origin. By adding some other medicinal herbs to blend, a highly poisonous substance can also become a good medicine. This poison belongs to the fire element and has a very strong medicinal property. It might be able to resist the cold evil. But you won't know what will happen unless you try it. After Shen Yi poured everything in and finished boiling it, he repacked it and returned to the hospital. He came to the unconscious Master Lin Wu and fed everything into his mouth. Shen Yi didn't know what the consequences of this would be, but if he didn't do this, Master Lin Wu would ascend to heaven within 2 hours. After waiting quietly for half an hour, Shen Yi discovered that there were some changes in Lin Wu's electrocardiogram. Moreover, his face no longer looked pale and cold, but had a hint of redness. "Old 5. I can save you once or twice, but this time, the initiative is no longer in my hands. It all depends on your luck." Shen Yi sat aside and said silently. Finally, he inserted a few needles into several different acupuncture points on Lin Wu's body, and then said to Lin Wen, "I'm leaving for a while. If Lao Wu can wake up, I'll remove the needles when I come back." Okay, Master Shen." After Shen Yi left the hospital, he came to a club. He looked up at the 4 big words hanging above, then took out 4 silver needles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From today on, he will no longer sit and wait for death, nor will he consider anything else. The fight with the Haitian Chamber of Commerce will begin from here. Chapter 17. Zhao Xia returns. On the top floor of the club. In a room, someone walked in with a tablet computer. "Brother Shan. Look." Chen Shan looked at the door plaque that fell in the video above. "He's here after all. Go and test his strength first." After a while, the person who had gone out came back and shouted, "Brother Shan. Brother Shan. Oh my god, that guy is so fierce, even dozens of us brothers can't stop him. Not only can he use hidden weapons to attack us, but he can also knock our people away with just one punch. Are you all fucking losers?" Chen Shan kicked him, then picked up a machete and planned to go out himself. But before he left the room, a figure appeared at the door. "Chen Shan, right." Chen Shan stopped immediately when he saw the man, looked ahead and said with a fake smile, "Master Shen, I'm curious about what you have been through in the past few years." Shen Yi didn't waste any more time talking to him, and said, "The King of Hell will tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver needle appeared in Shen Yi's hand. And Chen Shan's pupils shrank because a beam of reflected light from Shen Yi's hand shone into his eyes. There was also a hint of crisis. Chen Shan did not hesitate at all and suddenly threw the machete in his hand towards Shen Yi. This speed is too slow. When Chen Shan heard this, he discovered that the machete did not hit Shen Yi, but flew out of the house and embedded in the wall of the corridor. Bang! Before he could see what was happening, he felt as if his chest had been hit by a truck. The whole person flew backwards involuntarily and stopped only after hitting the wall. The next moment Shen Yi stood in front of Chen Shan. Until now, Shen Yi still had no idea of his own strength. He wanted to test Chen Shan's sword-drawing speed, but found that the speed was as slow as a snail in his eyes. As for the strength, he only used about 10% of his strength in that punch just now. Bang! Shen Yi suddenly punched the wall on the side of Chen Shan's head, creating a hole in the wall. The concrete splashed out and hit Chen Shan in the face. Is this the feeling of power? Shen Yi glanced at the entrance of the cave and muttered to himself. As for Chen Shan, although he had experienced some storms, he was already frightened by Shen Yi's terrifying strength. There is no comparison between the two. If a punch can punch through a wall, what if the same force hits a person? Shen Yi stepped on Chen Shan's bald head and said word by word, "Listen to me, go back and tell Chen Jingjun, Sun Chengjing and the others to wash their necks and wait. I will collect some interest from you first regarding Lao Wu's matter." After Shen Yi finished speaking, he stabbed 2 silver needles into Chen Shan's shoulders. "You, what did you do? What are you doing?" Chen Shan shouted with fear on his face. Although he felt no change, he knew that if this continued, something would definitely happen. "It's nothing. Your nerves are severed. You may not be able to lift a knife anymore. But I will take your life sooner or later." He didn't plan to kill Chen Shan today. Although he had never killed anyone, it didn't mean he didn't dare to do so. By sparing Chen Shan's life and letting him go back to report, Shen Yi gave Chen Shan enough fear. It was also because of this that this fear might be infinitely expanded in Chen Shan's description. After doing all this, Shen Yi did not stay for long. They used Master Lin Wu to intimidate Shen Yi, so he might as well kill one of their dogs first. Noon. There was a convoy of vehicles traveling on the road in Jiangcheng city. There were not many of them, but any vehicle that saw them would give way. Because this convoy is made up entirely of dark green jeeps, and everyone knows what this type of car means, who would dare to block the road? The convoy drove slowly, not heading to the war zone in Jiangcheng, but instead arriving at the village in the city. Such an eye-catching convoy stopping here naturally attracted a lot of attention. Soon, many people gathered outside, but they only dared to watch from a distance. The car door opened and a man got out. He was wearing a simple dark green combat uniform with a shining star on his shoulder. The man looked to be less than 30 years old, but he had a calmness that did not match his age. "Brother Xiao. This is it." At the same time, there was a 1.9 meter tall, muscular man who was full of hostility, standing here and speaking. From time to time, bloodthirsty murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Zhao Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, saying, "It's been 5 years. I'm back home again. It's time to get to the bottom of what happened back then." The sturdy man said, "Brother Xiao, the higher-ups are planning to let you serve as the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng war zone, but this position is still vacant." Zhao Xiao shook his head and said, "We'll talk about this later. Go investigate first. I want to see the result of what happened to the Zhao family tonight." 5 years ago, the Zhao family was about to maintain its position as the #1 family in Jiangcheng, but suddenly it encountered an inexplicable crisis. Originally, Zhao Xiao thought that it was done by the other 3 companies, but he quickly rejected it. Firstly, he did not have the ability, and secondly, he simply did not have the time to plan. The first thing Zhao Xiao did when he came back this time was to find out the truth of what happened back then. The sturdy man nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Xiao, I'll go investigate right away. You guys leave first, I'll go to the war zone later." After Zhao Xiao finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked towards the urban village with great momentum. The convoy slowly left the place. Inside the hospital. Master Shen, it's you who saved me again." Master Lin Wu had already woken up and found Shen Yi next to him. Although he woke up, he was still shivering as if he was in an ice cave, but he was no longer in danger. "I have already destroyed Chen Shan. You should take good care of yourself first. There won't be any major problems for now. Master Shen Master Lin Wu also shed tears at this moment. You can actually just ignore me. It's really not worth it. You don't have to say that. Even without what happened yesterday, they wouldn't have let me go. Shen Yi had long known that his enemies wanted him to get out easily, so would he just ignore it? Sooner or later, all these grievances will be resolved. Chapter 18, Pretending to be 13. Roman Western Restaurant. This is the best Western restaurant in Jiangcheng, and it is currently located in a luxurious private room. Li Chen, Sun Ming and a group of rich young men were having dinner here. I didn't expect that Shen Yi was really capable of defeating Chen Shan. Li Chenjian said with a smile. Chen Xingwei said, "This Chen Shan is such a loser. He looks fierce, but he can only bluff people. It's a weak thing. But you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog, Mr. Li. Your brother is still in the hospital." Chen Xingwei continued, "Isn't Shen Yi a little too arrogant?" After hearing this, Li Chenjian said, "Then there's no need to keep him." After he finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and planned to make some arrangements. Sun Ming said at this time, "Wait, Master Li. Remember to bring him over here, we have to see him one last time." Li Chenjian nodded, "Of course I won't let him die so easily, I'll arrange for someone to bring him here now." Hospital. After Shen Yi pulled out the needle from Master Lin Wu's body, he had no intention of staying any longer. But as soon as I walked out of the hospital, I found several people in black blocking the road. It's coming pretty fast. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he realized that these people had no intention of talking nonsense to him. Killing intent flashed in everyone's eyes, and without saying a word, they quickly rushed towards Shen Yi. Shen Yi didn't expect these people to commit crimes in broad daylight. It seems that they are really going to attack him this time. They moved very quickly, but Shen Yi had already appeared in front of them in an instant at a speed dozens of times faster than theirs. Bang! Then Shen Yi suddenly punched the nearest person in the chest, and the latter immediately flew backwards and landed a few meters away. He fell heavily to the ground. Although he didn't get on the road, he couldn't stand up anymore. Such a sudden scene and Shen Yi's speed shocked the others. But after a brief shock, they became murderous and each of them pulled out a shining dagger. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, Shen Yi had already attacked again, still with a punch, and another person flew out. There were 3 people left, and fear flashed in each of their eyes. They didn't expect that the target this time was far beyond their expectations. However, they did not retreat, but quickly attacked Shen Yi with daggers in hand. Faced with such an attack, Shen Yi quickly grabbed the arm of the nearest person with his left hand, and 2 silver needles appeared in his right hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light flashed by, so fast that the naked eye could not see anything. The 3 men had just raised their daggers when the silver needles instantly pierced through the chests of 2 men. Crack! Shen Yi finally bent the wrist of the last person casually, and the wrist broke with a sound. Am I so strong? Shen Yi touched his nose, looked at the few people he had dealt with in no time, and couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. At this time, people around began to notice it. After all, there were a lot of people coming and going in the hospital. Shen Yi didn't want too many people to notice him, so he left without making a sound. He did not return to Chenyang Entertainment, but came to a construction site. Found the fat man wearing a helmet in wisdom. Fatty. I didn't realize you were investing in real estate. Fatty had told him before that he had started his own business and invested in many projects covering a wide range of areas. When the fat man saw Shen Yi, he found a helmet and handed it to him and said, "That's right, as long as I can make money, I will definitely invest in anything." Shen Yi took the helmet and put it on, glanced at the construction site and said, "What is this building? A residential complex or a villa?" The fat man shook his head and said, "Neither. We are going to build an ecological park. This is something the government has ordered us to build. If it is built, we can make at least several hundred million." After listening to this, Shen Yi felt something was wrong and asked, "Since it is so profitable, why can you still get such a project? The Haitian Chamber of Commerce is now in its heyday. It's not easy for you to grab a piece of meat." The fat man explained, "No, this land actually belongs to my family. Before the Haitian Chamber of Commerce was established, the government had plans to build an ecological park, but it has been shelved for some reason." Oh. Shen Yi finally understood after listening. But he suddenly thought of one thing, that is the Haitian Chamber of Commerce really not jealous? No intention of snatching it away at all. Just as he was about to ask this question, he noticed a large group of people rushing over to the construction site. Fatty, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the contract quickly, or I'll fucking break both of your legs today. Among this group of people, the leader is a young man in a suit and tie, with a side-parted hairstyle, and looks very energetic. He led a large group of people over and continued, I'll give you enough time to think about it. Today is the deadline, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The man said this very proudly, then glanced at Shen Yi beside him and said with a smile, Yo-ha. Who is this? I'm going to Mr. Shen. The man seemed to have seen some incredible creature and took a step back in fright. Shen Yi looked at him and smiled involuntarily. He found that he knew the person. The man's name was Zhang Shuai. He and the fat man Shen Yi were college classmates, so they naturally knew each other. You still recognize me? Shen Yi planned to act silly before he could react. I know him. Zhang Shuai said tremblingly. Since you know each other, why the hell are you threatening Fatty? Shen Yi suddenly raised his voice. Zhang Shuai broke out in a cold sweat at this moment. He wiped it off and smiled reluctantly, Mr. Shen, I can't help myself. I am from the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Shuai realized something was wrong when he said this. Haitian Chamber of Commerce. The Haitian Chamber of Commerce has been established for 5 fucking years, and the Shen family has long ceased to exist. Fuck. Zhang Shuai reacted and was about to swear, Shen Yi. I'm better than your mother, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself, and still live in the past and show off to me? Grass. Zhang Shuai gnashed his teeth in anger when he thought about how humble he had just been. He grabbed a stick from the person next to him. I was afraid of you before, but what do you think you are now? As Zhang Shuai spoke, he raised the stick in his hand and was about to smash it down, aiming at Shen Yi's head. Chapter 19, Strike First. The stick in Zhang Shuai's hand was about to fall on Shen Yi's head. But at this time, Shen Yi had already reached out and took off the safety helmet on his head, and then smashed it on Zhang Shuai's head with his backhand. Clang! Zhang Shuai's head was suddenly hit by this blow and it made a loud clanging sound. He still didn't understand what was happening. So arrogant, huh? Shen Yi said with a half-smile. Zhang Shuai touched his head, and only after he saw the helmet in Shen Yi's hand did he understand what had happened. You dare to hit me, right? You dare to hit me too. I'm the department manager of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce, and you dare to hit me. Zhang Shuai shouted hysterically. Who would dare to provoke an ordinary person of his status? If it was the previous Shen Yi, he wouldn't dare to say anything, but why is he so bold now? Hit yourself on the head in front of so many people. Clang! Shen Yi said nothing, and took the helmet and did it again. So what if I hit you? Ding! Shen Yi said again. He even dared to make Li Chenming, a direct relative of his, unable to stand up, let alone a small department manager. You. After 3 consecutive hits, Zhang Shuai's head was almost dizzy. He covered his head with his hands and retreated into the crowd. Fatty. I see. You were the one who asked him to come over, right? You let him hit me. It seems like you can forget about completing this project. Zhang Shuai said angrily to the fat man. The fat man snorted coldly, it really makes me feel relieved to see you beating me. You talk as if you haven't come to harass me during this period of time. In order to snatch the project from Fatty, Zhang Shuai hired many people to interfere with the progress of the project. In addition, the Haitian Chamber of Commerce was behind him, so Fatty didn't have any better solution. Even Zhang Shuai had stood in front of him and laughed more than once, and now the fat man could finally vent his anger. Shen Yi said at this time, listen to me. If you dare to come and disturb the project again, it will not be as simple as just a few beatings. Har har. Zhang Shuai sneered and said, you're still pretending to be nice to me, right? So what if you have 2 hands? Are all these people I brought with me just for show? All of you, come at me. Especially him, beat him half to death first. Zhang Shuai pointed at Shen Yi and waved his hand. The people who followed him came over with sticks in their hands and unfriendly faces. Looking at these people, Shen Yi slowly walked forward. His action made the group of people feel something was wrong. There were so many of them, what was he going to do? Are you still thinking of striking first? Please stop being funny. Clang! Only after this voice was heard did these people realize that they were right. Is it really possible for one person to take the initiative? Shen Yi held the safety helmet and knocked one person to the ground with just one blow. After the others reacted, they grabbed their sticks and swung them at Shen Yi. However, their speed was comparable to that of a snail. Shen Yi was as light as a swallow and only shuttled around in a circle, hitting everyone on the head, like playing whack-a-mole. After a while, everyone ran away in panic, looking very embarrassed. Shen Yi could deal with 20 or 30 people in minutes. Finally, he slowly walked towards Zhang Shuai. At this moment, Zhang Shuai was dumbfounded. How come he didn't know that Shen Yi was such a good fighter? One person takes on so many people. And almost all of them can be killed in one move. You, don't come over here. Zhang Shuai was very nervous and kept backing away. Don't be nervous, I won't hit you. Shen Yi smiled playfully and came to Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai swallowed his saliva and said fiercely, Shen Yi. Don't think you are great just because you are good at fighting. If you dare to do anything to me, Haitian Chamber of Commerce will never let you go. Shen Yi said nothing and put the helmet on Zhang Shuai's head. Put it on. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands a few times and continued, don't use the Haitian Chamber of Commerce to scare me. If you come to Fatty's construction site to cause trouble again, remember to wear a safety helmet next time. At this moment, Zhang Shuai always felt that Shen Yi was really humiliating him. He suddenly turned his head and ran back fiercely. After running for a while and being several dozen meters away, he found that Shen Yi did not catch up with him. Zhang Shuai shouted over there, Shen Yi. I'm better than your mother, just wait for me, you dare to hit me today, right? If you hit me 3 times, I'll fucking hit you 300 times tomorrow. After he finished shouting, he took off his helmet from his head, threw it towards Shen Yi, then turned around and ran madly. Shen Yi looked at Zhang Shuai and saw that he didn't chase him, so he took the safety helmet and put it on again. Fatty. Has he been coming to the construction site looking for trouble? The fat man nodded and said, yes, they kept forcing me to hand over the contract. They either hindered the progress or secretly beat up the workers. As a result, not many workers dared to come here. In fact, Shen Yi was not surprised at all. After all, the profit here was several hundred million. It was impossible for Haitian Chamber of Commerce to let it go, so he thought of snatching it from the fat man. And if he hadn't guessed, the Haitian Chamber of Commerce would probably dominate any industry in Jiangcheng now. Finally, Shen Yi waited here for Fatty to finish directing all the projects, and then returned to Fatty's villa. As soon as I entered, Moo Moo, who was watching TV, jumped off the sofa and ran over to me and said, Dad. Mom just called and said she'll be over tomorrow. Mom is finally coming. Moo Moo was so happy that he jumped and danced. Come tomorrow. Shen Yi felt a little bitter after hearing this. How should I face it when Moo Moo's mother comes? But things have come to this, so let's take it one step at a time. At night, in a high-end bar, Li Chenjian and others were drinking here. He said with some surprise, what exactly did Shen Yi experience in prison in the past few years? Not only is he a skilled doctor, but is also very skilled in martial arts. At noon, they had already been informed of the failure of several people. Although no one died, the injuries were serious. These people are different from those assigned to Chen Shan. Those assigned to Chen Shan are at most thugs. The 5 people at noon were all trained at great expense, so assassinating some people would be no problem for them. I always feel that there is something wrong with this kid. Given what happened to him and the fact that he went to prison, it's a miracle that he didn't commit suicide and survived. Chen Xingwei said, so we can't take him lightly. Sun Ming then made a good suggestion, by the way. You know Chen Shan's master, right? Let him deal with Shen Yi. Li Chen and Chen Xingwei both looked at him. Chen Shan's master is the owner of Jiangcheng Martial Arts School, and he claims to be the strongest martial artist in Jiangcheng. We wanted to recruit him but he didn't appreciate it. Let him deal with Shen Yi. No matter who wins, it won't be bad for us. Li Chenjian said. He also thought it was a good idea. Chen Xingwei shook his head. Master Chen Shan is not in Jiangcheng now, right? But it doesn't matter. What matters is that Chen Shan, that useless guy, can't even lift his arms. If his master is careless, he might not care at all, unless. After these words were spoken, the 3 of them looked at each other. Chapter 20, No Lightness or Severity. At the same time, in Jiangcheng war zone, Zhao Xiao came here and took up the position of commander-in-chief. At this time, the strong man was beside him. Zhao Xiao sat on the chair and listened to his story quietly. Brother Xiao, my subordinates are incompetent and have not found any information. Zhao Xiao glanced at him calmly and said, if you can't find anything, just look for it slowly. First, tell me what has happened in Jiangcheng in the past few years. The sturdy man thought for a while and told all the big and small things that happened in Jiangcheng in the past few years, but he only talked about the key points. Haitian Chamber of Commerce, Shen family, Sun family, Li family. Zhao Xiao tapped the table lightly with 2 fingers, and Shen Yi, who just got out of prison. Har har. I haven't seen you for 5 years. When I sent you in, I didn't know how you are doing now. The strong man told Shen Yi what happened in the past few days. He also knows medical skills. His skills are not bad either. Zhao Xiao chuckled, but now I don't take him seriously anymore. He didn't take Shen Yi to heart at all, but Zhao Xiao couldn't let go of the matter of Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Although he is now in a high position and is already a 1-star general at the age of only 20-something, the Zhao family should have been the largest family. Keep investigating. I must see the results of what happened back then. The second day. Today, when Shen Yi woke up, he asked Mu when her mother would come, but his daughter said she would have to wait until the afternoon. The fat man went out early because he had business to attend to. Shen Yi had breakfast with his daughter, and he planned to go to the hospital to see how Master Lin Wu was doing. As soon as he left the villa, Shen Yi was thinking about buying a car. After all, it would be convenient for him to go out with a car. Inside the hospital. Bang! Li Chenming slapped Lin Wu on the face and said gloomily, who the hell do you think you are? You dare to beat me up and throw me on the side of the road. Li Qinshan told him about what happened between Master Lin Wu and Chen Shan. This made Li Chenming very excited. The reason why he came just now was because he was beaten half to death and had been recuperating in the ward. Bang! Li Chenming slapped him again, using as much force as he could. Uncle Lin Wu gritted his teeth and stared at Li Chenming. What are you looking at? Brothers, lift him up and throw him down from the building. Following Li Chenming's order, the rest of the lackeys became very excited. After all, he was beaten so badly by his men last time that he was almost dead, otherwise he would not have been unable to be discharged from the hospital. The lackeys rushed forward and tried to lift up even the hospital bed. Hey! What are you doing? Why are you not sleeping and making noise here so early in the morning? Hearing this voice, Li Chenming and others looked back. Oh my god! Zhaoshu! Li Chenming said in surprise, looking at the 2 people at the door. Li Chenming. Zhaoshu was sleeping in the morning, but was woken up by the noise here. After Zhao Xiao returned yesterday, he also received the news, but he could not be discharged from the hospital yet. But this exciting news was enough to offset any pain he felt. Not only did the Zhao family move back to their original mansion, but all restrictions were lifted. What are you doing? Why are you making so much noise when you're not sleeping? Because his elder brother has returned, Zhaoshu has become more confident. He walked in with the thin man, his head held high. The thin guy is also pretending, walking with a high-spirited step, taking advantage of the power of the tiger. Li Chen knew everything about Zhao Xiao, but he didn't dare to kick Zhaoshu out. He pointed at Master Lin Wu who was lying on the bed and said, we were planning to throw him out. He beat us up badly in the beginning. After hearing this, Zhaoshu looked and found that it was Master Lin Wu, and he immediately became furious. They originally paid him to do the job, but he not only took the money but also didn't do the job, he also beat them half to death. Is there anybody who would do things like this? I'm better than you. Zhaoshu was so angry that he kicked the bed. You dare to hit me, right? Do you know who my eldest brother is? Do you believe that my eldest brother can get someone to shoot you? Zhaoshu beat and kicked Lin Wu, and the thin man joined in out of anger. As for Li Chenming and others on the side, they didn't know what was happening. Why is Zhaoshu so angry? Later, Li Chenming asked around and found out that he had the same experience as them. In that case, let's do it together. I suggest throwing the person down from the building. Li Chenming suggested. Zhaoshu nodded and said, I think it's okay. Mr. Skinny said, I support it. It should be thrown down. After he finished speaking, he patted Master Lin Wu on the head and said, you're pretty cool, aren't you? Uncle Lin Wu gritted his teeth and stared at the thin man. He was still very weak and couldn't get out of bed at all. After all, he was someone who had seen blood, and this look really scared the thin guy. The thin guy was inexplicably frightened. He said, "Brother Shu, don't wait any longer. Just throw him down. He beat us so hard in the first place. My whole body still aches." Zhao Shu nodded, and Li Chenming also called the rest of his lackeys over. "I really wanted to throw the person out of the window." "Hey! What are you doing?" Just as they lifted it up together, a voice came from the door. After Shen Yi came in and took a look, he found that it was Li Chenming and the others. "Why do they want to lift up Master Lin Wu?" "Shen Yi. As the saying goes, enemies become more jealous when they meet." Li Chenming hated Shen Yi to the core because he couldn't get up. "Moo Moo. Don't run around here." Shen Yi put Moo Moo aside, then walked over and said, "Put him down. I won't say it a second time." The lackey beside Li Chenming felt an inexplicable pain in his wrist after seeing Shen Yi, because it was all thanks to him. "Why are you here too?" Shen Yi suddenly found Zhao Shu in the crowd. Zhao Shu said without any panic, "Shen Yi. Although I don't know what you put in me, I'll tell you. My eldest brother is back, just wash your neck and wait. Zhao Xiao is back." Shen Yi was stunned after hearing this. He actually didn't know much about Zhao Xiao's situation. Now I didn't expect that he would return to Jiangcheng. Har har har. Are you scared? If you are scared, just kneel aside. We will deal with you after we throw him down. Zhao Shu said with a loud laugh. "Throw the person down." Shen Yi's face changed when he heard it. They were planning to throw Master Lin Wu down. Is it because he has some connection with me? Do you have to be so cruel? I'm not afraid of a hammer. Shen Yi looked around, then picked up a chair and smashed it on Zhao Shu's head. "R." This hit Zhao Shu hard, and he immediately sat on the ground and hugged his head. Shen Yi did not stop, but attacked Li Chenming as well. I'm warning you, air." Li Chenming grimaced in pain and wanted to roll on the ground. Skinny and his lackeys knew that Shen Yi was a ruthless person who would not hesitate to strike, so they did not dare to take the blow and put Master Lin Wu back on the bed. "Get the hell out of here!" Shen Yi shouted with a cold face. Li Chenming was about to run out, and his lackeys also wanted to run out when they saw this. "If you dare to come over here again." After Shen Yi finished saying this, he threw the chair in his hand down hard, and the chair immediately broke into pieces. He picked up a chair leg, walked over to them, and started beating them without any rules. Instantly there was wailing in the ward, because the beating was so painful. In the end, after Li Chenming and others ran out, only Zhao Shu and Skinny were left. Zhao Shu stood up holding his head, gritting his teeth and said, "Shen Yi. Don't be so fucking arrogant. My eldest brother. R." Before he could finish his words, Shen Yi had already hit him with a stick. "You're going to throw old Five down with you, right? I think you're just looking for a fight." Zhao Shu screamed and shouted in pain, and couldn't help but run outside. Shen Yi didn't chase him, but looked at the shivering thin man. "You want to come a few times too?" The thin man ran out in a hurry, trembling. After everyone left, Shen Yi sat next to Master Lin Wu and said, "Master Wu. It's me who got you into trouble. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't be like this." Master Lin Wu shook his head and said, "Master Shen, that's not the case." He told about the beatings he had done to Zhao Shu, Li Chenming and others. After listening to this, Shen Yi suddenly realized why they hated Master Lin Wu so much. It turns out there is such a thing, the key is that he doesn't know about it. Thinking about how they asked Master Lin Wu to deal with Shen Yi, but Master Lin Wu beat them half to death, Shen Yi was very moved when he thought about it, which meant that he did not save the wrong person at all. Old Five. Don't worry, I will never let anything happen to you in the future. Chapter 21, Hatred of the Rich. Shen Yi didn't stay long. After leaving the hospital, Mumu raised his little head and said, "Daddy. You are so awesome. Mumu likes to watch Daddy beat up bad guys." "Okay then. Next time Daddy beats someone, let Mumu see it all, okay?" Shen Yi pinched his daughter's face and smiled. "Yes, Daddy." Finally, Shen Yi planned to buy a car. After all, he needed a means of transportation when he went out. He navigated to the nearest Versai store. As soon as I entered, a salesperson smiled enthusiastically and said, "Sir, do you want to buy a car?" Shen Yi came in and looked around and said, Yes, I plan to take a look. The salesperson was going to take Shen Yi to have a look first, but he was suddenly stunned and said, "Oh my god. Are you Mr. Shen?" Shen Yi took a look and found that he had some impression of the person, whose name was Wu Jie. Only now did he remember that he had come to this store often before and had given Wu Jie tips every time he bought a car. Long time no see. Shen Yi smiled. He found that Wu Jie was now wearing a suit and tie, and when he looked at his work badge, he found that he had been promoted to the position of manager. Wu Jie paused, he realized something was wrong, and sneered, "Shen Yi. If you ask me, you are here to buy vegetables, right? Don't come here to buy vegetables, this is not a vegetable market." Shen Yi frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" He had given Wu Jie a lot of tips in the beginning, plus the commission from buying the car. It would have been fine if he didn't just say hello when he saw him, but he even had a bit of sarcasm in his tone. Har har. Wu Jie laughed, "What do you mean? Do you mean you are worthy of coming here? I don't mind asking you out." Shen Yi said expressionlessly, "You wouldn't do that to kick someone when they are down, would you? Fuck you. A few years ago you gave me tips, it was like giving arms to a dog, what can you bring me now? Are you really planning to buy a car?" Wu Jie sneered. Shen Yi opened his mouth, he didn't know how to refute. Wu Jie seemed to have a hard life at the beginning and he finally found a job, so how come in his mouth it was like giving arms to a dog? Forget it. I won't waste any more time talking to you. This is not where you should be. Wu Jie directly bypassed Shen Yi because some more guests entered. Finally, Shen Yi stood here alone. Seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, the other salesmen around him had no intention of coming over to greet him. He was completely speechless. Before, wherever he went, people would try to curry favor with him, but now. Oh! Who is this? Look! Who is this? Among those people Wu Jie received, someone saw Shen Yi and suddenly shouted out. Soon a group of people came to Shen Yi's side. "Mr. Shen! You're not going to buy a car, are you?" Shen Yi looked over and found that the person was Zhang Shuai. The rest of them were his college classmates. "Your head doesn't hurt anymore," Shen Yi said calmly. Zhang Shuai couldn't help but get angry when he recalled the scene where Shen Yi beat him. "But I can't seem to beat him." He sneered, "Mr. Shen. Are you here to buy a car today? What do you want to buy? Let's have a good time with all our old classmates." The rest of the students around Zhang Shuai all looked at Shen Yi with interest. "Shen Yi. I think you came to the wrong door. This is a Rolls-Royce resale store. There's a cherry store across the street. You can go and have a look." The person who spoke was called Zhu Li. He had a typical hatred of the rich. Now that he saw Shen Yi in such a miserable state, he felt so happy. "That's right. If you ask me, with your current status, you're good enough to ride a motorcycle. How can you be a rapist and still live in the past?" A girl laughed. She had pursued Shen Yi before, but the latter rejected her seriously, and now it seems that he has a revengeful mentality. "Okay, stop talking. This is not the place for him to be." Zhang Shuai finished speaking and looked at Wu Jie. "You can see that this is a Rolls-Royce store. How can we let someone like this in? Get out now, to avoid affecting your reputation. Although I can't beat Shen Yi, I have to taunt him when I see him today, or I can see that he is desperate." "Alright, you're no longer the Mr. Shen you once were. Get out of here. Don't force me to ask the security guards to throw you out." Wu Jie came in front of Shen Yi and said seriously. Shen Yi didn't even look at him and said, "So you are here to buy a car?" Zhang Shuai said proudly, "Of course. If we don't come here to buy a car, do we come here just to take a look like you?" Zhu Li replied, "I'm here with Mr. Zhang to see a Rolls-Royce today. Although I know you had a lot before, but now you can only look at it. Aren't you angry? I just like to see you angry and helpless. When we were in school, I just didn't like you. You were so arrogant all the time. Get out of here. Stop being an eyesore here." Chapter 22 Large Versai Scene. Shen Yi didn't say much. It was just that his temper was better now, otherwise he would definitely give them a few slaps in the face. "What car do you want to buy?" Shen Yi looked at Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai sneered, "Why? I want to buy the latest model of Phantom, don't tell me you want to buy one too. I'm tired of driving my previous Mercedes. How about I give it to you? You just need to help me clean and wash the car every day." Shen Yi said nothing, looked at Wu Jie and said, I want the phantom he mentioned, let's sign the contract now. Wu Jie was stunned and said, stop being ridiculous, okay? You're still buying a mirage. Go across the street and buy a cherry. He felt that Shen Yi was being funny. Why did he say such a thing? Zhang Shuai and the others were also stunned, and then started laughing, har har har. Shen Yi, did I hear it right? You want to buy a phantom too? If you buy it today, I'll call you Grandpa. Zhu Li also smiled and said, if he really buys the phantom, I will recognize him as my ancestor. Obviously no one believed that he could buy it, because who would believe that a rapist who had just been released would take out millions? Swipe the card. Shen Yi said without further ado, took out the card Qin Yuan gave him and handed it to Wu Jie. He knew the price of the Rolls-Royce Phantom very well, so the money inside was more than enough. Wu Jie didn't answer it, and angrily said, don't try to be so arrogant. Are you the only one who can come up with so much money? He didn't want to waste any more time on Shen Yi, but it seemed a bit ungrateful. I told you to swipe the card. You don't understand me, right? Shen Yi frowned. Let him swipe it. Let me see if I can afford it. Zhang Shuai said to Wu Jie. Wu Jie didn't know what to say and took out the POS machine. He didn't want to lose this customer because of this incident. After Shen Yi entered the password. Ding! Payment successful. After their voice came out, not only Wu Jie was dumbfounded, but Zhang Shuai and others were also stunned. They all came over to take a look and found that the payment had been successful. This is not good news. Oh my god. It's true that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Mr. Shen is still rich. A classmate couldn't help but say. Shen Yi looked at Zhang Shuai and said, call me Grandpa? Do it now. And you, don't you want to recognize me as your ancestor? After these words were spoken, both of them were very embarrassed and dared not say anything. Because Mr. Shen is still very powerful and not easy to offend, I didn't know what to do for a while. Do you really call them Grandpa and ancestor? Don't scream. You'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Shen Yi suddenly said in a cold voice. Zhang Shuai and Zhu Li suddenly realized something. They seemed to see again the pressure that Jiangcheng's #1 young master had given them. Grandpa. Ancestors, ancestors. The two really didn't dare to offend him anymore, so they could only give in and yell out against their will. After hearing what the two said, Shen Yi didn't want to talk nonsense with them anymore. He walked up to the phantom and took a few glances. Mew Mew. Does this car look good? After hearing this, Moo Moo looked at it and said, Daddy. It doesn't look good at all. I used to sit on it every day. Moo Moo is tired of it. And the little man on top, Moo Moo wants to take it down, but Mamar won't let him. The corner of Shen Yi's mouth twitched. This was simply a large-scale Versai scene. Then, shall we switch? Okay. Moo Moo nodded. Shen Yi walked up to Zhang Shuai and the others and said, oh, by the way. I forgot to tell you, this is not my car, I bought it for my friend. When these words were spoken, Zhang Shuai and others were furious. It turned out that the car was not bought with his money? Did I just shout in vain? Zhu Li suddenly slapped his head and said, I remember now, he has a friend named Fatih who is quite rich, so I bought it for him. Now everyone looked at Shen Yi with different eyes again. Fuck. Shen Yi. Do you dare to play tricks on us? Zhang Shuai was furious. He actually called him Grandpa? Zhu Li was the same, with a gloomy face, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Oh? Want to fight? Shen Yi glanced at him calmly. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai lost his temper instantly. Isn't fighting just asking for trouble? But Zhu Li, who was unaware of the situation, said coldly, Boss Zhang. This guy is too damn arrogant. Do you want to deal with him? He said and rolled up his sleeves. Zhang Shuai held him back, no, no, no. Although he couldn't beat him, he still remembered what happened today and the blows he received. Shen Yi almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked at Wu Jie, okay. 13 is installed, the car can be returned. You? Wu Jie was also going crazy. But in the end, I returned the money without getting angry. When leaving, Shen Yi didn't even look at Zhang Shuai and the others. Looking at Shen Yi's back as he walked out, Zhu Li said in a deep voice, Boss Zhang. What should I do? I really want to beat him up. He's so pretentious. Don't worry, we'll keep the account first. After Shen Yi came out, Moo Moo's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Dad, look, that car is so beautiful and cute. Shall we buy that one? After Shen Yi heard this, he found that Moo Moo was looking towards the Cherry 4S store. Looking more closely, I saw a discontinued Cherry QQ parked inside, with two big eyes in the front, which was really cute. Shen Yi touched his nose and said, okay. Since Moo Moo likes it, let's buy that one. After a while, a Cherry QQ drove out. Ju Li, who was in the Rolls-Royce for S store opposite, saw this scene and suddenly said, Boss Zhang, look. He actually bought a Cherry QQ, a junky car worth only 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. I'm so fucking. You don't have much money, but you're showing off to us. After seeing this, Zhang Shuai felt like hitting someone. This was such a huge humiliation. He had never seen such a shameless person in his life. It was afternoon. Jiangcheng Airport. A passenger plane landed slowly and a stunningly beautiful woman walked down from it. Just then a Rolls-Royce stopped and two men in black got out. Miss. The woman nodded slightly and prepared to get in the car. Squeak. Another luxury car drove over and a young man got out. He quickly ran to the woman and stopped her. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Sun Ming, and I'm the eldest son of the Sun family. Can I meet you? Sun Ming smiled, which he thought was quite handsome, but when he saw the woman's stunning beauty, he lost his composure completely. I was waiting for a friend at the airport. If I hadn't taken a quick glance at her, I might have missed this stunning beauty in those days. The woman looked at him coldly and was about to get in the car without saying a word. But after Sun Ming noticed it, he didn't expect that such a cool person would instantly have the desire to conquer him and even have some reaction. Beauty. Sun Ming's hands wanted to touch it involuntarily, but he suddenly felt a chill on his back and shivered. A man in black appeared beside him at some point and punched Sun Ming in the face without any further ado. Bang! With a scream, Sun Ming actually rose several meters high, then fell on the wing of the plane and lost consciousness instantly. Chapter 23, Jiaoxi, do you have a girlfriend? As for Shen Yi, he was currently at the largest amusement park in Jiangcheng with his daughter. Since his daughter wants to play, he will come naturally. After playing almost all the projects, Moo Moo said, Daddy. I'm a little thirsty. Moo Moo wants to drink some water. Well, go buy some water. Shen Yi held his daughter in his arms and planned to see where there was someone selling water. When he passed by a bench, he found two people sitting there. At first he didn't pay much attention to it, after all, chairs are for people to sit on. However, Shen Yi took a closer look and found that it was a man and a woman who were very close to each other. They were obviously doing something good, and even the man's hands were a little dishonest. Shen Yi didn't think much about it. After all, kissing in broad daylight was very common. Just as he was about to leave with his daughter, a voice was heard. Hey! Kid! What are you looking at? Shen Yi heard and saw that it was coming from the chair. He looked around and found that there was no one else, so it meant he was being called. Nothing, I'm just passing by, you guys do what you need to do. Shen Yi said and planned to leave immediately. Stop. Don't go. Wait a minute. Shen Yi stopped and looked at him and asked, what's wrong? The man's name was Liu Hao. He walked over and said, let me ask you, do you have a girlfriend? Shen Yi? Is this kid having a brain cramp? Why ask yourself this? Have you seen yourself holding a daughter? Seeing that Shen Yi didn't say anything, Liu Hao continued, you stinky loser. I'm asking you a question, do you have a girlfriend? Are you crazy? Shen Yi said speechlessly, holding his daughter and was about to leave. Seeing that he was being looked down upon, Liu Hao came to Shen Yi, stopped him and said, Jiaoxi. Stop right there and answer my question, do you have a girlfriend? Shen Yi said with a cold face, if you have nothing to do, just go away. He really wondered if Liu Hao was missing a bone in his head. Why did he keep asking this? What Shen Yi didn't know was that Liu Hao had just caught up with the goddess, and they were being intimate in the amusement park at this moment. After all, it's not easy to catch up with the goddess, so he felt very superior. What's going on? Just then the woman came over and asked. Liu Hao hugged her and kissed her on the face, then pointed at Shen Yi and said, it's nothing, dear. I just saw a loser peeking at us. He looked quite old, but he didn't even have a girlfriend. The woman looked at Shen Yi and saw that he looked and was dressed very ordinary, so she immediately lost interest. She rolled her eyes and said, "He's just a loser, wearing such shabby clothes, there's no need to waste time talking to him, right?" Moo seemed to understand what they said. She pouted and said, "Daddy, they are talking about you. Tell them that Daddy has mommy. Mom is very beautiful. You still have a wife." Liu Hao heard Muu's words and looked at Shen Yi again. Since he called Shen Yi a loser, Shen Yi didn't mind pretending to be a loser. He nodded slightly and said, "Haven't you seen that my daughter has grown up so much? Besides, her mother is not some vulgar woman. You said it was rouge and powder." The woman heard what Shen Yi meant by indirect criticism and immediately said angrily. Shen Yi said calmly, "I didn't tell anyone, don't take it personally. Although the woman looks good, that is because of the 3 layers of beauty inside and outside. If she hadn't insisted that Shen Yi was a stinky loser, there would be no need for him to talk nonsense. You." The woman was very angry, and finally unable to refute. She pulled Liu Hao and said aggrievedly, "Dear, did you hear what he said?" Liu Hao's face was a little gloomy, and he said, "Damn it. Boy. What are you talking about? The goddess that I finally pursued was described as a vulgar woman by a loser? I think you are looking for trouble, aren't you?" Liu Hao was very angry and stepped forward and said. Before Shen Yi could say anything, his daughter waved her little pink fist and said, "Get out of here quickly, or my dad will beat you. My dad is really good at fighting. Still hitting me. Just because of him." Liu Hao rolled up his sleeves. No matter how he looked at Shen Yi, he didn't seem like someone who was good at fighting. He wasn't a weak sissy, but he wasn't a strong man either. Liu Hao was confident that he could knock down 3 people with 1 punch. After all, he had practiced this technique a few times. Liu Hao rubbed his hands and squinted his eyes, saying, "I want to see how your father beats me. I will break his nose later. Don't cry, little girl." Shen Yi didn't say much, intending to give this ignorant man a beating. But he suddenly found that there was something wrong with Liu Hao's eyes. He saw Liu Hao looking behind him with his eyes wide open, so wide that they were as big as tires. It was as if he had seen something extraordinary, and even his whole body began to tremble. He didn't know whether he was excited or scared. Seeing this, Shen Yi was a little confused. What was happening behind him? What could allow Liu Hao to perform like this? Oh my god! So beautiful! Liu Hao swallowed his saliva, his teeth were chattering, and he didn't want to blink for a moment. Shen Yi was a little curious, so he turned around and took a look, which also made him freeze in place. Chapter 24. Jealous Shen Yi? The moment Shen Yi turned around, he found a figure slowly walking towards him. He also walked through the flowers a few years ago, but he had never seen such a beautiful scenery. Mom! Shen Yi turned around, and Moo could naturally see it. After she saw it clearly, she opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Mom!" Moo stretched out her 2 little hands, obviously wanting to go down, and after Shen Yi put her daughter down, she ran over. Mom finally came to see Mew. Similarly, Shen Yi walked over as if possessed by some mysterious force. "Mommy, hug me." Moo ran over and hugged the woman's legs. And Shen Yi also came over, and now he could be considered to be watching from a close distance. After seeing it clearly, he was no longer calm, completely no longer calm. He had lived for more than 20 years and had never seen such a beautiful woman. 3,000 strands of naturally falling black hair, a slender waist that can be held in one hand, fair and delicate facial features, a delicate and upturned nose, and crystal clear almond eyes. Wearing a star-colored long skirt, her tall figure was clearly visible after a breeze. Almost any word that describes a woman's beauty can be used to describe her. She has so many beautiful manners. However, the only flaw is that the woman's face looks a little cold. It would definitely be better if she could smile more. As soon as Shen Yi had this thought, he saw the woman bend down and pick up Moo. The cold, pretty face smiled tenderly, Mew. Mom. After Moo was picked up, he held his mother's neck tightly, as if he was unwilling to let go for a moment. This smile made Shen Yi a little dazed. At that moment, a gust of wind blew up the woman's long black hair, and the beauty and the beautiful scenery formed a beautiful painting. This scene was deeply imprinted in Shen Yi's mind. However, at times like this, there are always some irresistible external factors. Wow, so beautiful. How wonderful it would be if this were my wife. I would be willing to die if something wonderful happened to me. Liu Hao opened his eyes wide, took one step forward at a time, and even drooled. Shen Yi looked away and saw Liu Hao's expression. This beautiful scene was suddenly ruined by him. How nice it would be if this was my wife. Liu Hao wanted to move forward, and even had evil thoughts in his mind. Get out of here! Shen Yi suddenly shouted. For some reason, when Shen Yi saw Liu Hao looking at Muumuu's mother with such eyes, he felt very unhappy and wanted to beat him up. However, Liu Hao seemed not to hear it. He swallowed and kept walking forward with an obscene look in his eyes. Bang! Shen Yi kept hitting him on the face. You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Stop looking at me. Liu Hao was hit and shook his head. The slap finally woke him up. Huh? You hit me. Liu Hao looked at Shen Yi uncertainly. Shen Yi said coldly, what's wrong with hitting you? I really want to beat you. Liu Hao touched his face and said gloomily, there is a beauty here today, I won't bother with you, I'll remember this. After he said that, he looked towards the woman, and when he saw Muumuu, his expression was stunned. So, that's your wife? Shen Yi didn't deny or nod, and shouted directly, I told you not to look at it anymore, get out of here. Do you understand? When Liu Hao heard this, he felt that it was right. How could this be your wife? How can a loser like you have such a beautiful wife? I can't accept it. He suddenly felt heartbroken. Why couldn't he be with such a beautiful woman? How could a loser like him have such a beautiful wife? He just mocked him for having a girlfriend. What is wrong with this world? Why? At this moment, Liu Hao really felt what it felt like to be heartbroken. Why? He was just a loser. But even if he can't get it, he will take a few more glances at it, at least to leave a deep impression in his mind. You're still fucking watching, aren't you? Shen Yi saw that he was still looking over there, and for some reason he just wanted to get angry. Then a slap hit him on the head. Liu Hao screamed, staggered a few times and almost fell. You. Get out of here. Don't force me to beat you up. Shen Yi said coldly. Liu Hao held his breath. He originally wanted to look at the beautiful woman, but this loser wouldn't let him. Even if she was his wife, didn't he have the right to see her? Okay, you wait the fucking minute. Liu Hao was really afraid that Shen Yi would hit him, so he was about to run away after saying those harsh words, but he took a few more glances before running away. You're not going away. Shen Yi looked at Liu Hao's goddess. At this moment, she understood why Shen Yi said that she was a vulgar woman with rouge and makeup. There would be no harm without comparison. Finally, she quickly left here. Now that there was no one around, Shen Yi looked towards the mother and daughter. He didn't say anything, just watched quietly. He didn't know why he wanted to hit someone just now. In short, Liu Hao's eyes made him very uncomfortable, and he didn't know why. Could it be that he is jealous? It's the first time we met, so it shouldn't be that serious. Finally, after the mother and daughter chatted for a while, the woman walked to Shen Yi holding Muumuu. At this moment, the tenderness on her face was gone, replaced by an extremely cold expression, and anger and resentment in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 25. What a damn detail. Hello. Facing Muumuu's mother, Shen Yi was inexplicably nervous. The woman stared at Shen Yi, her eyes full of anger, as if she wanted to tear him apart alive. Why don't you just die? When she thought about how this man had treated her so recklessly 5 years ago, she really wanted to chop him into meat sauce and feed it to the dogs. Well, maybe there is some misunderstanding. Shen Yi said, touching his nose. He didn't want to be in this situation, as someone else gave him the medicine. Mom! Don't be mean to Daddy. Muumuu seemed to have noticed something and said while hugging the woman's neck. The woman looked at Muumuu. She knew that since she had a daughter, she would no longer be able to break away from this man. Of course, there was one way, which was to send him off. Huh? She let out a long breath, turned around and left without saying anything. Wait a minute. Can we talk for a minute? Shen Yi said quickly when he saw she was about to leave. What can I talk to you about? I suggest you just go to the side of the road and find a rock to kill yourself, the woman said mercilessly. Shen Yi. After being speechless for a while, he said, look, things have come to this, and so many years have passed. I am Muumuu's father. Stop talking about your daughter, the woman interrupted. I have nothing to talk to you about. If I'm in a bad mood one day, then you. When she said this, she might have realized that her daughter was still there, so she didn't say anything and planned to leave directly. Wait. Don't leave yet. Shen Yi came to her and said, it's so hard to see you. Let's get out of here. The woman's pretty face was frosty. She shouted coldly and walked around him and was about to leave. Shen Yi didn't try to stop her this time. Looking at her back, he couldn't help but want to say that she was so cold. When the woman was carrying Moo Moo and walking farther and farther away, Shen Yi remembered something and shouted, "Hey! What's your name?" I don't know if he heard it or not, but he didn't look back. Shen Yi stood there and touched his nose. He really didn't expect that Moo Moo's mother was unwilling to talk to him. However, he found that he could not remember anything about his experience 5 years ago, and he had forgotten it completely. Shen Yi wanted to hit himself on the head a few times. Why couldn't he remember this damn detail? In the end, he didn't stay long and came to the fat man's company. "I.e. Where is your daughter Mew Mew? Where is she?" The fat man asked when he saw Shen Yi coming over alone. "Her mother is here." Shen Yi told the story truthfully, and when he mentioned that it was a peerless beauty, the fat man was not calm. "Oh my God! Are ye? I really envy you, not only you are beautiful, but also so rich. Your daughter eats caviar as if it were cabbage every meal." Shen Yi smiled bitterly and said, "You didn't see her attitude. Besides, she and I only have a daughter, that's all." The fat man patted him on the shoulder and said, "You are too small. If I had your conditions, I would definitely think about living off others. What kind of gigolo is this? You'll know once you meet me. Also, I'm not the kind of person who is tempted by beauty." Shen Yi rolled his eyes at him. Is it because Moo Moo's mother is so beautiful that he must have some thoughts? That's simply impossible. She is beautiful, but he can't have any feelings towards her just because they have a daughter, right? For the time being, Shen Yi has no such plan. Maybe not saying anything will backfire. The fat man said at this time, "No, i.e. you must let me take a look when you have time in the future. After all, someone who you call a beauty must have something extraordinary about her. Let's talk about it when we have the chance later," Shen Yi said. Chapter 26, Cruel Night. Revitalize the martial arts school. An extended car stopped at the door. After Chen Xingwei and Li Chenjian came down from upstairs, they greeted each other. "Carry the man down." Then several bodyguards in the vehicle carried out another person covered with white cloth from a car. Li Chenjian took a quick look and said to Chen Xingwei, "By the way, young master's son was beaten up, did you know that?" Chen Xingwei nodded slightly and said, "I heard that it's not a serious illness. He's in the hospital now. Who the hell is so bold as to attack our people in Jiangcheng? Could it be Shen Yi?" Chen Xingwei asked. Li Chenjian shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be that serious. If it were him, he would have come looking for me the moment I came out. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Bring the person in." Then the two of them entered the martial arts hall and came to the lobby, where they sat directly on the armchairs placed inside. Because it was night, there were not many people here, and only one student who didn't look very old came out to greet us. "Has Master Xiao returned?" Li Chenjian asked directly. "Master Li, Master Qian. My master is not here. He went to the provincial capital." Li Chenjian continued, "I know, I have contacted him a long time ago and he said he would come back in the evening. Let me make a phone call and ask," he said, then took out his phone and called. "Master Xiao. We are here. When will you be back?" After a brief chat, Li Chenjian hung up the phone. Chen Xingwei then asked, "What do you mean? Are you coming back or not?" Li Chenjian put down his phone and said, "Reply. They said they'll be here soon." The student standing by didn't know what to say, so he just made 2 cups of tea for the two of them and stood aside. "What's wrong?" At this time, a voice was heard and a man in training clothes came out. The student stepped forward and said, "Brother Wang. Master Qian and Master Li are here, looking for the master." Wang Zhuo nodded slightly and waved his hand, saying, "I understand. You go down first." Then he walked up to the two of them and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Wang Zhuo's attitude was very calm. He didn't show any attitude or arrogance. He was neither humble nor arrogant. Li Chenjian pointed to the ground and said, "Look for yourself." After hearing this, Wang Zhuo squatted down and carefully lifted the white cloth to see that there was Chen Shan's body inside. After seeing it clearly, he couldn't help but step back a little. Of course, it was not Chen Shan's death, but the way he died. The whole person's limbs were broken, revealing his white bones, and he looked extremely cruel. Even Chen Shan's face was very hideous, even his eyes were not as good as his own. It was unknown if it was because he was too frightened when he was alive, but in any case, he died with his eyes open. What's going on? Wang Zhuo stood up and said in a deep voice. Li Qingshan took a sip of tea and told the whole story. Everything he said was well-founded and just like the facts. It is indeed true, judging from Chen Shan's attack on Mr. Lin Wu and Shen Yi's revenge. The only difference is that after Shen Yi took revenge on Chen Shan, he became like this. Shen Yi. Wang Zhuo thought for a moment when he heard the name. Is it the former young master of the Shen family? Li Qingshan and the other man nodded. Wang Zhuo fell into deep thought. He was hesitant about the authenticity of the incident. After all, he did not see it with his own eyes. Li Qingshan saw it and said, Brother Wang. Chen Shan is our man, and he is the key figure in our control of Jiangcheng's underground forces. What good will his death do us? Li Qingshan made his point directly. It was so simple and clear, and there were no logical problems, so it was easier to believe. Chen Shan is dead. No matter who it is, it's a slap in the face of Jiangcheng Martial Arts School. Wang Zhuo said coldly without thinking much. The master will be back soon. Let's make a decision after he comes. In less than 10 minutes. A figure slowly walked into the lobby. Chapter 27 Borrowing a Knife to Kill. An old man came in. He looked to be no less than 70 years old, but his steps were vigorous and he did not look old at all. Master. Wang Zhuo stepped forward and called out respectfully. Master Xiao. Master Xiao. Li Qingshan and the other two also stood up and said. Although they are very powerful in Jiangcheng, Jiangcheng Martial Arts School is the #1 martial arts school in Jiangcheng, and even their recruitment was rejected. Now the one who came is the owner of the school, so they have to give him some face. Xiao Jianxing came in, nodded, and said, You too. What's the matter? After he finished speaking, he found Chen Shan on the ground. Especially after seeing the tragic scene, Xiao Jianxing suddenly exuded a violent aura. Who did this? Although Chen Shan was only one of his registered disciples, he was still his disciple after all. He was killed inexplicably. Doesn't this Jiangcheng #1 martial arts school have to give up its reputation? Wang Zhuo walked over and said, Master. Then he repeated everything Li Qingshan had said to him. Shen Yi. Xiao Jianxing frowned and said, This kid dared to kill my people. Not to mention now, even 5 years ago, I would not have taken the Shen family seriously. You go. Bring the person to me now. Xiao Jianxing glanced at Wang Zhuo with murderous intent in his tone. Wang Zhuo nodded, but he still said, Master. Junior brother Chen Shan's death is too strange, should we find out first? The implication of his words was naturally that he did not believe what Li Qingshan and the others said. Xiao Jianxing waved his hand and said, No need. You just need to bring the person over, and everything will be clear. Hearing this, Wang Zhuo didn't say much. Li Qingshan said at this time, Master Xiao. In this case, we will take our leave first. Xiao Jianxing nodded slightly, and then Li Qingshan and the others left with the others. After they left, Wang Zhuo asked, Master. Do you think their words are reliable? No matter whether he is reliable or not, please bring the person here first. It just so happens that I have some grudges with the Shen family. Xiao Jianxing said. Wang Zhuo nodded. Outside. After Li Qingshan and others came out, Chen Xingwei said, Young Master Li. Xiao Jianxing is a very smart old man, and he is not that easy to fool. What if Shen Yi can't beat him and is exposed? Li Qingshan said indifferently, It doesn't matter. If I can't beat him, then I can just get rid of Shen Yi. You also said that this old man is very smart. I think he can see something. So let's just treat it as a warning to him. Chen Xingwei thought it made sense and continued, Do you think there is a possibility that Shen Yi will win? Li Qingshan chuckled and said, Do you think it's possible? How old is Shen Yi? Even if he beat Wang Zhuo, how could he beat Xiao Jianxing, who has practiced martial arts for decades? Chen Xingwei thought so too and said with a sinister smile, It seems I need to learn more from Master Li. I will read the art of war when I get back. Inside the fat man's villa. At this time, Shen Yi and he were sitting on the sofa watching TV. I.e. Do you want to smoke? The fat man took out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes and handed him one. Shen Yi took it and said, "I don't smoke much in there, but it's okay." After he lit it, he found that the fat man had changed the channel, and it turned out that SpongeBob SquarePants was playing on it. Har! Childhood memories. Fatty, are you still looking at this? Shen Yi took a breath and laughed. The fat man smiled and said, "It plays at this time every night. You can watch it when you have nothing to do." When Shen Yi was about to reply, a sound suddenly came. Bang! Then the door of the villa suddenly cracked and flew towards their house. Chapter 28. At your speed, it would be difficult for you to catch a chicken. After this sound, the door flew to the other side of the room and hit the wall before stopping. What's wrong? The fat man shuddered suddenly when he heard this. Shen Yi looked towards the door, where a man in training clothes was standing. Then he walked towards the sofa. Fuck! What are you doing? This door is not cheap. The fat man stood up and shouted. Wangzhou didn't even look at him, he looked at Shen Yi and sneered, "Shen Yi." Shen Yi could clearly sense that there was nothing good about him coming here, otherwise he would have just knocked the door down. Hey! Who are you? What are you doing? The fat man wanted to say something. Bang! Wangzhou slapped him in the face, and the fat man fell to the ground. Would you like to follow me obediently, or would you like me to break your legs? Wangzhou smiled cruelly. Shen Yi sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette. He was wondering who this person was. Could it be that they were sent by the Haitian Chamber of Commerce? Are you listening to me? You're still fucking smoking, aren't you? When Wangzhou saw Shen Yi's calm appearance, he instantly had the urge to beat him up. Nothing to say. He felt that he was being looked down upon and instantly became angry. Without further ado, he quickly reached out to grab Shen Yi with his claw-like hands. The signature skill of Jiangcheng Martial Arts School is Eagle Claw Kung Fu. He has practiced it for many years. With this skill, he can tear ordinary steel plates apart. Seeing him take action, Shen Yi didn't think any more, and even took another puff of cigarette calmly, and then threw the cigarette in his hand away casually. When Wangzhou saw Shen Yi throwing a cigarette butt at him, he immediately found it funny. Is this a child's move? But suddenly he felt something was wrong because the speed at which the cigarette butt was flying was a bit outrageous. A beam of fire flew towards him, exactly Wangzhou's face. Because the speed was too fast, Wangzhou hurriedly used his hands to wave it away in a hurry. It would be bad if it burned his face. Wangzhou had just knocked away his cigarette when he suddenly found someone standing in front of him. Shen Yi also didn't waste any words and slapped him on the face, even with a gust of wind. Wangzhou didn't even have time to react before he flew out with a bang. I'll return the slap to you on behalf of Fatty. After Wangzhou flew out, he fell to the ground and quickly stood up to steady himself. Damn it! He touched his face, his expression very gloomy. How come this guy is so strong? No, I must have been careless. Otherwise, how could he possibly beat me? Wangzhou didn't think about anything else. He decided that today he not only had to bring the man back, but also had to cripple his hands. He glanced around, picked up a stool on the floor, and threw it towards Shen Yi. The stool flew very fast, but Shen Yi caught it and threw it back. You're so fucking useless. If you want to fight, just fight. Is there any need to throw things? If you break something, you're going to pay for it. When Wangzhou heard what Shen Yi said, he immediately became angry and ashamed. Who the hell threw the cigarette but first? While he was stunned, the stool came flying towards him. The speed was dozens of times faster than what he threw. Bang! Wangzhou didn't expect the stool to fly so fast, and it almost gave him a bump on his head. Shen Yi! Wangzhou gritted his teeth. This time he was really angry. If I don't break your hands today, I'll take your last name. After he finished speaking, he exerted force on his legs and jumped up directly, and in the blink of an eye he was a few steps away from Shen Yi. When the two were about to get close, Wangzhou once again made his hand into a claw shape, pointing directly at Shen Yi's head. If he used all his strength, he was confident that this claw would be as easy as grabbing a watermelon, instantly squeezing Shen Yi to the sky. With your speed, it would be difficult for you to catch a chicken. Chapter 29. No sense of disobedience. Facing this menacing claw, Shen Yi smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, he took out a silver needle, and Wangzhou's palm happened to appear in front of him. At this moment, Shen Yi inserted the silver needle into Wang Zhuo's palm without any sense of incongruity. Ooh! Wang Zhuo screamed instantly, and he felt as if his palm was electrocuted. You! It was so painful that he stopped and sweat was coming out of his forehead. You, what did you do? Wang Zhuo looked at the silver needle passing through his palm and had a bad feeling. Shen Yi said calmly, "It's nothing, your nerves are broken, and you may not be able to crush even a tomato in the future." You! After hearing this, Wang Zhuo felt that Shen Yi was talking nonsense. He pulled out the silver needle, and blood spurted out instantly. But Wang Zhuo didn't care about these. He found that he couldn't use any strength in his palms and it was almost difficult to hold them. Only now did he realize the seriousness of the matter, because he really had no strength left. Could it be that he couldn't even crush a tomato? Oh, right. I forgot to tell you that no one can cure me except me. Shen Yi said. Wang Zhuo almost vomited blood after hearing this. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, You are too cruel. He practices eagle claw kung fu, and his hands are his lifeline. If he can't use his strength, what's the difference between him and a useless person? I'm cruel. Are you mistaken? You're about to send me off, and you still call me cruel. Shen Yi could clearly feel Wang Zhuo's murderous intent just now. If he grabbed an ordinary person's head with that claw, he would go to see the king of hell in an instant. You! Wang Zhuo found himself powerless to refute. He said coldly, I am the eldest disciple of Jiangcheng martial arts school. I advise you to cure me quickly, otherwise I guarantee that you will be worse off than dead. My master is here, he can really send you on your way. Revitalize the martial arts school. Shen Yi was silent for a moment after hearing this. He actually had an impression of this martial arts school, which was the largest martial arts school in Jiangcheng, and the owner was said to be the most powerful person in Jiangcheng. However, the Shen family had little contact with Jiangcheng martial arts school before, so he didn't know much about it. He just knew this, and that was all. So what is your purpose in coming here? Shen Yi asked. Wang Zhuo didn't answer, but sneered, I asked you to cure me now, otherwise I won't know where I will die tomorrow. You're threatening me, aren't you? Do you want me to cripple your other hand as well? Shen Yi said, and took out a silver needle. Because the lights were on in the room, Wang Zhuo could naturally feel the reflection of the silver needle. He felt a chill on his back. If he lost both hands, he would be a complete waste. You! Are you really not afraid of my master? Are you going to go against Jiangcheng martial arts school? Shen Yi said, it seems like you came here first. Why do you say it as if I am looking for trouble with you? Wang Zhuo. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Did the people from Haitian Chamber of Commerce invite you here? Shen Yi asked with narrowed eyes. Wang Zhuo broke out in a cold sweat. If his other hand was also disabled, it would be a waste of time. No. You killed Chen Shan, so there's nothing wrong with me taking revenge for you, right? There was nothing wrong with Wang Zhuo's words. With just one sentence, the unreasonable people came to Shen Yi again. No. When did I kill him? Explain yourself clearly. He remembered that he had broken Chen Shan's 2 arms but did not kill him. How could he say that he killed Chen Shan? Chapter 30 I'm not happy with you being called stupid. After hearing what Shen Yi said, Wang Zhuo also understood that this was clearly Li Qingshan's strategy to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Because if it was Shen Yi who killed him, then there was no need for him to beat around the bush here. But this is not important now. What is important is that my hand is broken. The person is already dead. Didn't you kill him? Wang Zhuo gritted his teeth and forced the person who was right to be on his side. Shen Yi also understood that someone was clearly framing him. So, you are here to avenge Chen Shan. Wang Zhuo didn't say anything after hearing this. He didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. You? Do you really want to go against me in revitalizing the martial arts school? Shen Yi sneered, what a fucking idiot. You don't even know you're being used. If you have the guts, ask your master to come over. Although he didn't know much about the owner of Jiangcheng martial arts school, Shen Yi was now confident that he could knock down 3 of them with one punch. Okay, you have guts. But do you dare to attack me without any tricks? If you have the ability to cure me, do you dare to fight me in a fair fight? Wang Zhuo felt very aggrieved by Shen Yi's scolding. In his opinion, it was the other party who attacked him by surprise. If they fought with real swords and guns, it would be hard to tell who would win or lose. You are stupid, so I will be stupid too. Shen Yi gave him a stupid look. You? Wang Zhuo almost vomited blood after hearing this. But seeing that you are not convinced, Shen Yi said this and took out a silver needle and pierced his palm. Wang Zhuo was surprised to find that he seemed to be able to exert force with his palms again. Shen Yi, you're going to regret doing this. He originally wanted to provoke him, and it actually worked. He wanted to make Shen Yi regret doing this, and he would not take it lightly this time. Wang Zhuo formed his hands into claws again, staring at Shen Yi, intending to find an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. You are still too young? Wang Zhuo smiled cruelly. This time he decided to cripple Shen Yi before taking him back. Just when he is looking for a loophole, something unexpected always happens. Bang! You talk a lot of nonsense. Shen Yi punched him in the face at super fast speed. Poof! R. Wang Zhuo was hit and his body flew out uncontrollably, stopping only after hitting the wall. This punch caused him to lose several teeth, and it was so painful. You're not happy when I say you're stupid. With your level of nonsense, I don't know how many times you've been killed. You? Wang Zhuo looked at him with some fear. I originally thought that I was careless, but now it seems that the gap in strength is too big. Shen Yi didn't say anything else. He walked up to him, took out 2 silver needles and inserted them into his arm. You, what are you going to do? Wang Zhuo shouted when he saw this. It's nothing. Didn't you say Chen Shan was dead? Let me see if you can die like this. Shen Yi said calmly. If he hadn't been prepared to kill Shen Yi, he wouldn't have crippled him. It was already considered merciful that I didn't kill him. Gradually, Wang Zhuo felt that his arms were becoming weaker and weaker, and he could hardly even lift a bucket of water. You're crazy. My master will definitely kill you. Wang Zhuo realized that something was wrong. Although he was punched, his leg was fine. After saying that, he ran out like crazy. Shen Yi didn't chase him because he was already disabled. As for his master, he didn't care at all. After all, he could knock down 3 people with 1 punch. He just sighed that the people from Haitian Chamber of Commerce were so fucking cruel. In order to deal with him, they actually killed Chen Shan directly. He had to admire such means. After Wang Zhuo ran out, he quickly returned to Jiangcheng Martial Arts Hall. I found Xiao Jiangcheng and told him the situation. Xiao Jiangcheng looked at him for a few seconds and said, You can't even beat him, are you a waste? Wang Zhuo said weakly, Master. I didn't expect this. And my hand. I didn't expect his method to be so unique. After checking, Xiao Jiangcheng said, The nerves are broken. He will be a useless person from now on. Wang Zhuo's face changed drastically when he heard this. Master. Is there nothing you can do about this? Xiao Jiangcheng said, I'm not a doctor. Since it has come to this, you should just leave the martial arts gym. I will help you avenge your grudge. By the way, the grudge between me and the Shen family is on him. Wang Zhuo felt disheartened after hearing this. He knew that his master was going to give up on him. At the same time, he hated Shen Yi to the core. All this was caused by him. Chapter 31 Oh my god, who can help Shen Yi? As for Shen Yi, Wang Zhuo's matter was just a small episode for him. The next day, after he and Fatty replaced the door of the villa, he went to the hospital while Fatty went to work, intending to see how Master Lin Wu was doing. After arriving, he found that everything was fine. With his treatment, he would be discharged from the hospital soon. Just when Shen Yi was about to leave, he found 2 people in the corridor. Jiaoshu. When he found out that the people were Jiaoshu and the thin man, Shen Yi walked over. The 2 also saw Shen Yi. He was beaten half to death, really half to death, so he couldn't be discharged from the hospital for the time being. Shen Yi. I warn you not to mess around. I've already told my eldest brother about you. Jiaoshu pointed at Shen Yi Dao when he saw him coming over. Shen Yi smiled faintly and said, Why are you panicking? I'm not going to hit you. Have you felt dizzy, weak in the limbs recently? When Jiaoshu heard this, he instantly became nervous. He thought about it and found that it was true. Of course, the actual situation is that nothing happened. It was entirely caused by his psychological reasons. What on earth did you do to me? You are playing with fire, do you know that? Jiaoshu said through gritting his teeth. Shen Yi didn't say much and took out a silver needle. Zhao stepped back after seeing this. What are you going to do? Stop it. Shen Yi didn't stop, he walked over, grabbed him and hit Zhao on the neck. R. R. The thin guy next to him wanted to stop him but didn't dare to, because he didn't want to be beaten again. Stop shouting. Do you feel more energetic? Shen Yi said. When Zhao heard this, he found that it seemed to be true. He was full of energy and vitality. Shen Yi continued, I have already given you the poison, now tell me about Zhao Xiao's situation. It has been a day or two since Zhao Xiao returned, and since he hasn't shown up yet, Shen Yi has to find out what's going on. Zhao found that he was really energetic, and said arrogantly, Shen Yi. Listen carefully, my eldest brother is now the commander-in-chief of the war zone. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. And I'm a family member. Try to hit me again next time. After hearing this, Shen Yi really didn't expect that Zhao Xiao would be appointed as the commander-in-chief of the war zone. This is their highest position in the local war zone, and it is indeed a bit stressful for him. Comparing my status with that of ordinary people, calling myself an ant is giving it enough face. Go away. Shen Yi looked at Zhao. Just now he just stimulated Zhao's nerves, so he felt energetic. Zhao had nothing to worry about now. He snorted coldly and turned away. The thin guy even gave Shen Yi a provocative look. However, Shen Yi would not pay any attention to this kind of clown at all. He has always been worried about a problem. That is whether Zhao Xiao will still make friends with Haitian Chamber of Commerce. If the two really hook up with each other, it will not be good news for Shen Yi. It was difficult for him to deal with one alone, let alone two giants. Oh my god. Someone help me. Shen Yi touched his head, and at this moment he really didn't know what to do. Of course there is a possibility, which is to send all the key figures to heaven. After all, he has some confidence in his own strength. But if that happens, he will be powerless and will be directly listed as a wanted criminal. He has been in there for 5 years and he doesn't want to go back in again. What's more, he now has a daughter, so he is not without concerns. Thinking of her daughter Shen Yi, she suddenly thought of her mother. It would be great if she was willing to help Shen Yi. The fact that Moo eats caviar as if it were cabbage shows that her mother must be someone extraordinary. Will she help me? Shen Yi muttered to himself, and suddenly found a figure walking in the hospital corridor. Chapter 32 I am happy to start in 3 years. Daddy. As soon as Shen Yi saw clearly, he heard Moo's voice. After the woman came over holding Moo, she still looked at Shen Yi with indifference. Shen Yi didn't expect to meet him in the hospital, so he could only smile. Daddy, hug me. Moo stretched out her 2 little hands, wanting Shen Yi to hug her. Shen Yi also wanted to hug his daughter, but he could only look at her mother. What are you doing here? The woman asked coldly without letting Shen Yi hug her. Shen Yi touched his nose and said, Well, I must be here to see a patient. By the way, you are not sick when you come to the hospital, are you? You can come to me for this problem, I can cure you. He thought about whether he could take the opportunity to improve their relationship. At least being able to talk was better than nothing. The woman's expression did not change. She pointed to the window not far away and said, If you jump from here, I will believe you. Shen Yi. In the end, she said nothing more, bypassed Shen Yi and continued walking. Shen Yi stood where he was, actually he really wanted to follow. Don't follow me, get out. The woman shouted coldly without even turning her head. Daddy. At the same time, Moo looked back at Shen Yi. Looking at the departing figure, Shen Yi was very distressed. This figure was like an iceberg. How could he get closer to him? The woman entered a consulting room. The doctor inside was a middle-aged man with greasy Mediterranean hair. When he saw the patient coming in, his eyes almost popped out. This lady. You, what's wrong with you? The doctor's eyes were shining and he looked at me greedily. The woman was not uncomfortable because she had seen this kind of look too many times. It's nothing, my lower abdomen just hurts a lot lately. At this time, the doctor didn't hear what she said at all, and suddenly looked at the door. He noticed 2 men in black coming in and staring at him with cold eyes. Miss. This. The woman looked back and said, Don't worry about it. Just tell me about your condition. The doctor rolled his eyes and smiled obscenely. Beauty. You said you have pain in your lower abdomen. This is a bit special. I can't confirm your condition with just a brief understanding. I suggest a CT scan would be better. The woman thought for a moment and turned back and said, "Forget it, you guys go out first." She has been experiencing pain from time to time during this period, which has troubled her for a long time, so she wants to get it cured quickly. The two men in black said nothing and closed the door after leaving the room. After seeing this, the doctor's eyes became even more greedy, and he even drooled. He didn't expect that today's patient would be so bad. The woman put Moo aside and said, "Hurry up." The doctor's smile became more and more obscene, and he could hardly close his mouth. He stood up and wanted to put his hand on the woman's shoulders. "Be careful. Don't make me angry." Seeing that his attempt to get away with it failed, the doctor coughed and said, "Well, you have to take off your clothes." "Take off your clothes." The woman frowned and said, "Why don't I remember that I have to take off my clothes for a CT scan?" She was wearing a long skirt now. If she took it off, wouldn't he be able to see it all? The doctor said, "Maybe it's different everywhere. I have to take it off here." "Forget it, I won't do it then," the woman said and was about to leave. She originally wanted to get cured as soon as possible, but everyone who had seen her had the same character as this person. "Beauty. Don't leave in such a hurry." The doctor didn't want to let her go. Seeing such a top-notch girl, he had to take some advantage of her. He then grabbed the woman's arm. "Get out of the way." The woman shook it off and looked at it with disgust. This kind of behavior has happened to her many times, and none of them ended well in the end. "Beauty. Don't leave." The doctor swallowed and seemed a little impatient. Even if he couldn't get it today, he would have to try again. He rushed forward with his arms open. "You!" Anger flashed in the woman's eyes. She had noticed it long ago and quickly dodged away. Not only did the doctor have an obscene expression on his face, but it even seemed like his lower body was reacting and it was getting erected. She felt uncomfortable all over when she saw it. This scene seemed a bit similar to the one 5 years ago. The difference was that the person who was treating her 5 years ago was even crazier and didn't talk nonsense to her at all. "Beauty, don't run." The doctor no longer considered anything else. He had to have a good time today. If something could happen, he would be happy with a 3-year starting point. "Bad guy. What are you doing?" The little girl Moo standing by seemed to have seen something and cried out in a baby voice. The doctor didn't hear it at all and was about to pounce on him again in excitement. "What are you two still doing outside? Come in quickly." Chapter 33, Beat him until he stopped screaming. After the woman shouted loudly, she squatted down and covered her lower abdomen. She found that she began to feel a dull pain. Bang! The next second the door of the room was kicked open. When the person who came in saw what the doctor did, he quickly rushed over and kicked the doctor. "Arr!" The doctor flew and spun several times under this kick, and then stopped after hitting the wall. "Miss, are you okay?" The woman calmed down for a while and shook her head. "It's okay." At this time, another man in black walked up to the doctor. The doctor lay on the ground and shook his head. He still didn't understand what was happening. When he realized there was someone standing in front of him, You hit me." The man in black looked down at him coldly. The doctor stood up and said angrily, "How dare you hit me? You know I am." Bang! The man in black didn't say anything and punched him in the face. This punch was more serious. It caused him to lose several teeth and lie on the ground like a dead fish, shaking from time to time. "Mom!" The little girl Moo didn't quite understand what was going on and grabbed the woman's arm. After the woman calmed down, she stood up, took Moo's hand and was about to leave. Just when passing by a ward, Li Chenming happened to open the door from the inside. His eyes lit up when he saw it. "Oh my God! Such a beautiful lady!" Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was hit on the nose by a sudden black shadow and flew back into the ward. Shen Yi didn't stay in the hospital for long. After leaving, he found the fat man on the construction site. But when I saw the fat man, I found that his face was bruised and swollen. After asking, I found out that it was Zhang Shuai who came to cause trouble. This time he brought a lot of people with him, and not only beat up the workers, disrupting the construction progress, but also beat up the fat man. The beating was not light, his face was almost deformed. Shen Yi was also helpless about this. He said, "Fatty, if I see him again that day, I will definitely fight you back." There was nothing he could do about this kind of skin injury. At most, he could stop it from hurting so much. If he wanted to cure it, he would have to use some medicine. Finally, Shen Yi and Fatty returned to their hospital. At this time, screams were heard in a ward in the hospital. R. R. Be gentle with me, damn. Do you want to hurt me to death? Sun Ming, lying on the hospital bed, was shouting and screaming. He was seriously injured when he crashed into the wing of the plane when he flew into the air that day. Now 2 nurses are changing his medicine, and Sun Ming's face is also wrapped with some gauze. The nurse said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do about this. It will definitely hurt." "Did I fucking let you talk?" Sun Ming shouted loudly. He was more angry because someone actually dared to hit him. Who is so bold? The nurse curled her lips reluctantly. "Judging from the tone of your voice, it's normal to be beaten." "You?" Sun Ming was so angry that he was about to lose his temper, but he was in so much pain. In other words, the nurse didn't recognize him, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to say that. "Say it to me again, R." Gently. Sun Ming wanted to get angry, but he shouted again. He was even about to pick up the vase next to him and throw it at the nurse. "Just bear with it if it hurts. I can't help you. If I'm gentler, it won't hurt you," said the nurse with a pout. "Oh. If you keep talking back to me." Sun Ming was so angry that he really wanted to throw something at him. This is next to the ward. Jiaoshu was lying on the hospital bed in a very happy mood. Now that he was well and his elder brother was back, this feeling was so great. But why is there always someone shouting? "Thin guy. Go and see who the hell is yelling over there. Tell him to stop shouting. If he dares to shout again, I'll beat him up. You don't have to be afraid, I'm here." After listening to this, the thin guy nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Shu, I'm tired of listening to this, I'm going to go beat him up first." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the ward and went to the next room. When he entered, he saw the nurse changing the dressing. There were also people screaming on the hospital beds. The thin guy shouted directly, "You deserve a beating, don't you? Stop yelling." Sun Ming was already in a bad mood, and now someone actually dared to speak to him like that. "Who the hell do you think you are? Come here and kneel down." The thin man heard this. He didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. He spoke so toughly. "What is my current status? I am living a life of luxury with Brother Shu. What did you say?" After saying this, the thin man walked over and kicked Sun Ming, who was lying on the hospital bed. The nurse who was changing the dressing nearby saw that a fight was about to break out and quickly stepped aside. "You!" Sun Ming was kicked and almost spit fire. He was in a very bad mood. "Who dared to hit him? How dare you hit me?" The thin man went over and slapped Sun Ming in the face and shouted, "What's wrong with me just hitting you?" Bang! He said it again. These 2 hits stunned Sun Ming. His face was already hurting, not to mention he was slapped twice. "You! I'm so fucking you hit me, you know I am. R." Before he could finish his words, the thin man started to attack again. "So what if I beat you? As if I dared not." The thin guy was full of energy and was not hesitant in his attack, which was because he did not recognize Sun Ming's identity. At the same time, the ward is next door. Where the hell is this ghost howling coming from? Li Chenming had his nose wrapped in gauze. He had just seen a beautiful woman, so who the hell attacked him? Being beaten is very depressing, and now I can hear the shouting in my ears. Fuck. Can you please stop fucking yelling? Li Chenming was upset and said to his lackeys, "You guys go and take a look. Don't let them scream over there anymore. If it doesn't work, beat them up for me. Beat him until he stops screaming." The lackeys were also very annoyed by what they heard and left the ward one after another to find the source of the sound. As soon as they entered, they found the thin man beating someone. "Hey! Who are you hitting?" "The lackeys know the thin guy," one of them said. The thin guy looked back and said, "That idiot just kept yelling, I want to beat him up." "Is this the guy shouting? Beat him? Beat him until he stops screaming." The lackeys didn't care about anything else and all rushed forward and started beating Sun Ming together with the thin man. As for the 2 nurses, when they saw that a fight had really broken out, they were so scared that they quickly left the ward. "It would be fine if you don't hit me, but will the sound stop if you hit me?" Next door again. Shen Yi and Fatty are here at this moment, and Fatty's face has just been treated. The hospital said that they would have to disinfect it later because they were afraid of infection. I.e. Who is yelling? The fat guy was very depressed after being beaten and was also very annoyed after listening to it. Shen Yi smiled and said, "It's a hospital, isn't it normal to have some injured people?" The fat man asked in confusion, "But, this sound makes me feel like I'm being tortured inhumanely." Shen Yi spread his hands and said, "I don't know about this, how about, I go and take a look." Chapter 34 I'm gonna kneel down. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he left the ward and searched for the source of the sound, and found another ward. When he saw the situation inside, he was shocked to find a large group of people beating up one person. The fight was so intense. Shen Yi watched with interest for a while, and suddenly he found that he seemed to have some impression of the attacker. It was the thin man who followed Zhao Shu, as well as Li Qinming's lackeys and others. Hey! What are you doing? How can you hit others like this?" Shen Yi couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. He thought that they must have joined forces to beat someone up because they didn't like them. When they heard Shen Yi's voice, they were just tired of fighting. "Who the hell are you? You want to fight too, don't you?" After the thin man finished shouting, he turned around and was shocked when he saw Shen Yi clearly. The lackeys also took a look and recognized him. They were still very afraid of Shen Yi, because this guy was ruthless in his attacks. At this time, a roar was heard. Sun Ming on the bed was beaten almost into an idiot. "You!" Originally, Sun Ming's face was wrapped in gauze, but his eyes were still exposed. At this moment, his eyes almost looked like someone who wanted to kill someone. "Do you guys want to fucking die?" Sun Ming almost shouted out. These people gave him a beating as soon as they came up. He really wanted to kill them. "Oh my god! Who is this?" Shen Yi thought their voice sounded familiar, so he went over to take a closer look and said in surprise, "Har! Sun Ming." Sun Ming looked at Shen Yi, and soon he recognized him. "Chen Yi. I'm your mother, they were sent by you, right?" At this moment, Sun Ming thought that these people were almost certainly hired by him to beat him up. "Damn it! I'll send you to see the King of Hell tonight." "Hey! Don't talk nonsense," Shen Yi said, "I just came to watch the fun. When did I call them here? You, the eldest son of the Sun family, were actually beaten up by a group of people." As soon as he said this, Skinny and the others lost their composure. Could it be that the person they had been beating was the eldest son of the Sun family? "I don't give a fuck who called that person here, I'm going to blame you," Sun Ming yelled angrily. Shen Yi spread his hands and said, "There's nothing I can do. If you really want to do this, I can only beat you up." "You?" Sun Ming opened his mouth, but found he didn't know what to say. "Who sent you here?" Sun Ming looked at the thin man and others. At this point they were so scared that they started to tremble. They thought they were beating up an ordinary person, but now it seems like they are doomed. "Master Sun. I didn't know it was you." "I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, we really didn't know it was you." Sun Mingcai didn't want to listen to what they said. She picked up a vase and threw it on the thin man's head. "Get the hell down on your knees." The thin man knelt down with his head covered, and the other lackeys did the same. It seems like today is all doomed. No one expected that Sun Ming would be beaten so badly. "Kneel down too." Sun Ming looked at Shen Yi and shouted. "Why would I kneel?" Shen Yi said as he hit him on the head, "Why don't you kneel?" "You." Sun Ming touched his head. But he found something was wrong and said, "That's not right. Why are you here intact?" Logically speaking, if we asked the people from Jiangcheng Martial Arts School to deal with Shen Yi, it would be impossible for him to appear here. "What do you mean I can't be here?" "But I'm curious, who is so bold as to beat the eldest son of the Sun family into hospital?" Shen Yi smiled faintly. Chapter 35 Use every possible means. Of course he could see that the gauze on Sun Ming's face was definitely treated after coming to the hospital. It's impossible to let him go for treatment in the middle of a fight and then come back to continue fighting, right? "Stop talking nonsense, when was I ever beaten up?" Sun Ming said stubbornly. He actually didn't want too many people to know that he was beaten at the airport. Although he didn't know who beat him, he would have to investigate it sooner or later. As for the beautiful woman he saw, he only looked at her for a few times, but he had already imagined the evil scene countless times in his mind. In short, he is thinking about her. Har har. Shen Yi smiled. It seems that young Master Sun has provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. He was also very curious about who dared to beat Sun Ming so hard that he had to be hospitalized. It definitely wasn't someone from Jiangcheng. Sun Ming sneered, "Shen Yi, I think you should care about yourself now. You won't be able to jump around for a few days." Har. Shen Yi laughed and walked towards Sun Ming. "You? What are you going to do?" Sun Ming knew that he was quite capable and immediately panicked. "Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to kill you." Shen Yi patted his head and said, "Listen to me, just deal with me properly, don't mess around with some fucking conspiracy. That's how you guys ruined my family back then. They killed Shen Shan and used someone else to deal with Shen Yi. Only they could do such a thing. In short, any means that can be used will be used." In the end, Shen Yi did not stay any longer and left the ward because the noise of beatings here had attracted many people, even many of the hospital's security guards. It was only after Sun Ming revealed his identity that these people were driven away. Then he asked around and found Li Chenming and Zhao Shu. The two of them didn't expect that they would beat Sun Ming. In the end, they let Skinny and the others beat themselves, and they would not stop until their faces were swollen more than 3 meters high. After this matter was over, Sun Ming took out his cell phone and called. At the same time, Li Chenjian and Chen Xingwei were having dinner. Li Chenjian answered the call, and after chatting for a while and hanging up, he said, "Young Master Sun called and asked why Shen Yi was not lost." "What do you say?" Chen Xingwei asked. "Just say it like that." Li Chenjian said in a deep voice, "This Shen Yi is really capable, we really can't keep him any longer. I have found out everything that happened last night. Wang Zhuo was no match for Shen Yi and was even crippled by him. If this continues, we must get rid of him. He will definitely be a hidden danger in the future." Chen Xingwei thought for a moment and said, "How about this, let's just do it. I can find the killer and solve the problem cleanly." Li Chenjian shook his head slightly and said, "We'll find the killer later. Now we still have the old man Xiao Zhenxing. We can let him deal with Shen Yi now. So what should we do?" Chen Xingwei looked at him. Li Chenjian laughed a few times, with cruelty revealed in his eyes. "There are many ways, but they are a bit time-consuming." The time came to evening. At this moment, Wang Zhuo was thinking about how to take revenge on Shen Yi. He was disabled and he couldn't go back to the martial arts gym. After all, he was a disabled person. Now he just wants Shen Yi to pay the price, and plans to spend money to find someone to kill him. Suddenly several people broke in. Li Chenjian, Chen Xingwei and several men in black. When they appeared, Li Chenjian smiled and said, "Wang Zhuo, I know you want to kill Shen Yi, but I don't think you can do it alone. In that case, I'll let you down for a bit. Anyway, as long as Shen Yi dies, your revenge will be avenged." Li Chenjian said nothing more after he finished speaking, he just waved his hand. Several men in black behind him quickly rushed to Wang Zhuo. Without hesitation or a word, he took out his dagger and stabbed it a few times. The donated blood sprayed out instantly, but Wang Zhuo didn't know what happened, let alone understand what Li Chenjian meant. Soon there was no life. Wang Zhuo, dead. Chapter 36: The Terrifying Power. Revitalize the martial arts school. Master Xiao, take a look for yourself. Li Chenjian took out his mobile phone, played a video, and handed it to Xiao Zhenxing. Xiao Zhenxing reached out to take it and looked at it, then looked at the corpse on the ground. This Shen Yi is really too arrogant. Not only did he kill Master Xiao's 2 disciples, he also killed a lot of our people. Li Chenjian was talking nonsense seriously. After Xiao Zhenxing glanced at the ground, he watched the video again. It showed the whole process of Shen Yi killing Wang Zhuo. Crack, crack, crack. The phone crackled a few times and was crushed to pieces by Xiao Zhenxing. "Master Xiao, this kid Shen Yi is vindictive and kills people for the smallest of things. We are already trying to find a way to get rid of him." Chen Xingwei also said from the side. "No need for you. I'm going to kill him right now, and settle all the old and new grudges together." A strong murderous intent flashed across Xiao Zhenxing's old eyes, so much so that the 2 people beside him could hardly stand steadily. After all, this old man has seen blood, and the violence in his body is real. Xiao Zhenxing didn't say much and left the martial arts hall directly. After he left, Li Chenjian and the other 2 also came out. Chen Xingwei said with a smile, "Mr. Li, you really do everything you can. Isn't this a bit too harsh?" Li Chenjian shook his head and said, "If you want to win, you need some cannon fodder. When Chen Xingwei heard this, he was unable to refute. In the fat man's villa area, the two sat on the sofa watching TV. Yes, it was SpongeBob SquarePants. I.e. Want some huazi? Shen Yi nodded and just lit the cigarette. Bang! Suddenly there was a sound and the door of the villa flew inside. Shit! The door was just replaced. The fat man wanted to curse when he saw the door flying towards him. Chen Yi! I'm here to kill you today. An old voice was heard, and then a figure quickly rushed towards Shen Yi. Fatty! Get out of the way first. Shen Yi could clearly feel that the person coming this time was not ordinary, and after he finished speaking, he took out a few silver needles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The silver needle flew out quickly, but the figure dodged it easily. Seeing this, Shen Yi's expression became somewhat serious. It was impossible for a normal person to dodge it. It seems that I have met a real opponent today. He was very fast, but Shen Yi was still able to catch the outline. Xiao Zhenxing threw a punch at him, but the wind from the fist arrived before the fist itself. Shen Yi felt a gust of wind blowing towards his face. He temporarily didn't dare to meet the punch, and Shen Yi's speed was also not bad, so he dodged the attack easily. After Xiao Zhenxing's punch missed, he suddenly stepped on the sofa. Bang! There was a heavy sound, and the sofa was actually broken in half by his foot. What a terrifying power! Shen Yi couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. At the same time, he also saw the figure clearly. It was Xiao Zhenxing. He naturally knew him before. However, Shen Yi did not think much about it. He thought that he might want to destroy Wang Zhuo and then take revenge. But his previous ambitions were about to be overturned. It seemed unlikely that he could knock down 3 people with one punch. Chen Yi. The grudge between Shen Shihang and I is now yours. Xiao Zhenxing's tone was murderous, and his right hand was clenched into a claw shape. Do you still have a grudge with my dad? Shen Yi was stunned after hearing this. How come he didn't know about this? He had no time to think, because Xiao Zhenxing attacked him again, and his speed was faster than last time. He also didn't dare to take this claw head on. After all, Shen Yi still had no idea of his own strength. You can't notice anything when you hit ordinary people, but you can detect it when you hit a truly strong person. Crack! After Shen Yi quickly dodged, Xiao Zhenxing grabbed the wall behind him with one claw. 3 very long scratches suddenly appeared on it, some of which were about 2 or 3 centimeters deep. He really is going to kill me. Shen Yi, who dodged, had to take it seriously. This wall was made of reinforced concrete, the kind that could be drilled through even with an electric drill. If his claws hit someone's chest, that person would probably rot immediately. As Shen Shihang's son, is all you can do to hide. If your father had been cowardly even once, the Shen family would not have achieved what it has today. Xiao Zhenxing withdrew his hand and said, But I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. Before he could finish his words, the third wave of attack arrived. Chapter 37, Taking the Initiative. Shen Yi didn't have time to think about it. Xiao Zhenxing appeared in front of him. During this moment of distraction, it was too late for Shen Yi to dodge or resist because Xiao Zhenxing's speed was too fast. Swish! He scratched Shen Yi's chest with one claw, and all the clothes on Shen Yi's chest were torn apart, and even a few blood marks appeared on his body. In other words, he learned it from the old man. Otherwise, if he caught an ordinary person, his heart would probably be exposed. Chen Yi. You are really extraordinary. Xiao Zhenxing said with some surprise. Shen Yi took a step back. He didn't dare to confront Xiao Zhenxing head on. Since it's like this, there's no need to say any more nonsense. However, Xiao Zhenxing didn't waste any more time talking to him, and the next moment he grabbed Shen Yi again. Shen Yi wanted to scold him, but this old man was really ruthless when he started to fight, so he quickly tried to dodge. Crack! Xiao Zhenxing grabbed the wall with one claw, and suddenly a hole appeared on it. You just hide. Xiao Zhenxing said, and when he turned to look in the direction of Shen Yi, he suddenly found several light spots flying towards him rapidly. He didn't have time to think about it and used his arms to protect his head while dodging. Sure. This time, Xiao Zhenxing's reaction was limited, and several silver needles pierced into his arm. Xiao Zhenxing took a look and his face turned gloomy. This guy could only run and make sneak attacks from time to time. Suddenly he felt a sense of crisis. Looking back, he found that no less than 10 silver needles were flying towards him again, and their speed was even faster than last time. But Xiao Zhenxing's gaze was always on the back of the silver needle, which was a dark shadow attacking him. You still dare to take the initiative? Xiao Zhenxing sneered and walked forward, allowing the silver needles to pierce his body except his head. This time, the silver needle only pierced through his clothes and could not penetrate his skin at all. At the same time, the silver needle just touched Xiao Zhenxing, and the next moment it was Shen Yi who appeared. You have to test the waters before fighting. Now it seems that this old man is not as fast as him, but his strength is unclear. Shen Yi followed the silver needle and punched Xiao Zhenxing in the chest. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but he used 80% of his strength. Under normal circumstances, 1/10 of his strength would be enough to smash through the wall. You don't know your own limitations. What Xiao Zhenxing couldn't understand was why he dared to take the initiative to attack. The next moment, his hands were in claw shape, one hand grabbed Shen Yi's chest, and the other pointed directly at Shen Yi's neck. He chose this kind of head-on confrontation. If Shen Yi couldn't kill him with one punch, he guaranteed that as long as he pinched his neck, he would be able to send Shen Yi to his death in an instant. Shen Yi is not such an idiot. He clearly knows the horror of this claw and there is no way he can resist it head-on. He changed his strategy and punched at one of Xiao Zhenxing's hands with his right hand. The forefingers of his left hand were tightly holding 3 silver needles. He had prepared these before rushing over. The left hand, also holding the silver needle, greeted Xiao Zhenxing's other hand. Bang! Laugh! Everything happened in a flash. Xiao Zhenxing suddenly took a step back and found that both of his hands were in poor condition. One hand was numb and the other was tingling. The situation was not optimistic. On the contrary, Shen Yi acted as if nothing had happened. Xiao Zhenxing glanced at him and suddenly looked at his hands. He found that there were 3 silver needles piercing all over one of his hands. This was not important. What was important was that he found that the sensation in his palm was slowly disappearing. Until he completely lost all feeling, Xiao Zhenxing tried it and found that he could no longer hold it, all his nerves were broken. Shen Yi! I kill you! Chapter 38, The most powerful man in Jiangcheng is just so-so. At this moment, Xiao Zhenxing's face looked a little ferocious. The thing he could not accept the most was that his hand was crippled. It was even more painful than killing him. Go to hell! After Xiao Zhenxing finished speaking, an uncontrollable rage flashed in his eyes. His speed this time was extremely fast, even twice as fast as the previous times. In the blink of an eye, he was a few steps away from Shen Yi, and at the same time, his other hand formed a claw and moved towards Shen Yi's chest with a whistling sound. Today, even if he had to use all means, he would kill Shen Yi, because his hand was his lifeblood. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure getting closer and closer. He did not dare to be negligent, but he did not dodge this time. Shen Yi could probably sense the strength between himself and him. Xiao Zhenxing's power seemed very strong, but it was not enough to completely crush him. The figure was getting closer and closer. Shen Yi clenched his right fist and went straight to meet him. No matter how bad the situation was, Xiao Zhenxing would not be able to kill him. Bang! This collision produced a heavy sound, but was followed by a cracking sound. Shen Yi took a few steps back and shook his wrist, which made him a little numb. As for Xiao Zhenxing in front of him, the situation was not optimistic. The cracking sound just now was the sound of a broken bone. After this blow, several fingers on his other hand were completely broken. The fingers were dislocated and twisted, and the exposed bones could be seen. Shen Yi! Xiao Zhenxing gritted his teeth and stared at Shen Yi. At first, he thought it would be a duel without any suspense, but he didn't expect that both of his hands would be disabled now. Shen Yi walked forward slowly. Is this the most powerful person in Jiangcheng? That's all. Hearing Shen Yi's words of contempt for him, Xiao Zhenxing almost went berserk. Tell me what grudge you have with my father so I can make a judgment. Shen Yi looked at him and said. Xiao Zhenxing's face was full of cruelty and resentment, and he said in a low voice, Shen Yi. Sooner or later, I will kill you and anyone who has anything to do with you. He left these words and ran outside quickly without saying anything else. His speed was as fast as a gust of wind. Shen Yi watched Xiao Zhenxing running farther and farther away and did not chase after him. Firstly, he might not be able to catch up with him, and secondly, he probably would not be able to kill him even if he caught up with him. There is a problem with the hands, but there is no problem with the legs. I.e. Did you chase that person away? The fat man who was hiding heard the noise and ran out to take a look. He ran away, don't worry. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he looked around. The fight just now made this place too messy, not to mention the several scratches and big holes on the wall. Oh my god! Aye! What's wrong with your chest? The fat man looked at Shen Yi with horror. Shen Yi looked down and touched it again. It's nothing, just a minor skin injury. Finally, the two of them could only start to tidy up the house. After running out, Xiaoxing returned all their way to the martial arts hall. Master! You are back! A student saw it and quickly greeted him. Xiaoxing entered the lobby without even looking at him and sat on a royal chair. He looked at his hands, his eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care about his twisted and deformed fingers. Even if they could be restored, their power would never be as strong as before. Xiaoxing's eyes instantly turned red, and his face was a little ferocious. Shen Yi, how come I have a two-generation feud with your family? The student who followed in was shocked when he saw what was happening in Xiaoxing's hands and quickly knelt on the ground. Give me your cell phone. Xiaoxing looked at him with a distorted face. The student did not dare to disobey and quickly took out his mobile phone, but his hands were shaking so much that he lost his grip and dropped it to the ground. Master! Master, please forgive me. Xiaoxing glanced at him, then raised his leg and kicked him. Ooh! The student flew into the air with this kick, and finally flew a long way before hitting the wall, falling down and gradually dying. This seemed like just a small episode to Xiaoxing. Although his nerves were broken and he couldn't hold the phone, he could still press a phone number. Xiaoxing picked up his cell phone and placed it on the table next to him, then he typed a number and dialed it. Hey! Brother! Shen Shihang's son has appeared. We will put the blame on him. And now I. Chapter 39 Find a more reliable. The next day. Yesterday, Shen Yi and Fatty worked for most of the night to tidy up the house, and today he slept until noon. Just as he was thinking about what to eat, the phone rang. Shen Yi took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he still answered the call. Hello. Who is this? The other side said directly, Shen Yi. Go pick up your daughter now. I have something to do. Take your daughter to eat and send her to school. Do you understand? After hearing these words, Shen Yi looked at the number and touched his head again. He recognized the voice, but was he mistaken? At the Little Swan kindergarten. This time, after the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Shen Yi looked at the beeping phone, still a little unresponsive. He suddenly remembered something, ran to the window, opened it and looked outside. Aye! What are you looking at? Just then the fat man came down from upstairs, rubbed his eyes and said. Shen Yi looked for a while, then turned his head back and closed the window, then said, I'm looking to see if the sun is rising from the west. Little Swan kindergarten. Shen Yi didn't expect that his daughter is now in kindergarten. Why didn't he tell him before? This girl must want to skip class. Now is the time to pick up children, and there are many parents and students coming and going. After Shen Yi drove the cherry QQ and found a parking space, he got out. Daddy. Moo Moo, who was waiting at the school gate, ran over after seeing Shen Yi. Dad. Why are you here to pick me up? Shen Yi went over, picked up his daughter, patted her head and said, Dad is here to pick you up today. What do you want to eat for lunch? Caviar. Dad. How do you know what Moo Moo wants to eat? Dad guessed it. Finally, Shen Yi took his daughter to the restaurant, during which he asked, Moo Moo. Do you know what your mother's name is? Moo Moo nodded and said, I know. What's your name? Moo Moo replied, Call. Moo Qinian. What the hell? Shen Yi found that he didn't quite understand after listening. Call, Moo Qinian. Shen Yi is now wondering whether it is Moo Moo who can't explain clearly, or he himself who can't understand. In the end, Shen Yi asked many times and finally came to the conclusion that her mother should be called Moo Qinglin. Moo Qinglin. This must be it. It's this one. At the same time in the hospital, Li Chenjian and Chen Xingwei came to see Sun Ming. How is Shen Yi? Why is this kid still jumping around when I see him? Li Chenjian sat down and said, he's quite tough. It looks like even old man Xiaoxing can't beat him. They had been following the news last night and found out that Shen Yi was not killed by Xiaoxing, and the latter has not shown up yet. They guessed that it must have failed. This old man was not good enough. Chen Xingwei, who was standing by, told them about their plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife, as well as what happened last night. Even Xiao Zhenxing can't beat him. Sun Ming was a little surprised after hearing this. Isn't this old man the most powerful person in Jiangcheng? That's impossible, right? We don't know the details. Xiao Zhenxing has been staying in the martial arts hall and has never come out. We plan to go and see it when we have time. Li Chenjian said. After he finished speaking, he noticed someone coming into the ward. Brother! Why are you here? Li Chenming just passed by and found the figure inside looked familiar. Young Master Qian. Young Master Sun. He smiled at the two of them. What's wrong with your nose? Li Chenjian looked at him and said. Li Chenming touched his head and told the whole story, saying that he was beaten for no apparent reason, but he did not mention that he saw the beautiful woman. Forget it. Let's check the surveillance later. Li Chenjian said casually. Li Chenming continued, Brother. How is Shen Yi now? He made me unable to get up. We can't just let it go. I'm trying to find a way to deal with it. Li Chenjian said. Qian Xingwei replied, Mr. Li. If you ask me, just be decisive. I will contact the killer and send him off as soon as possible. Even Xiao Zhenxing can't beat him. It seems he will definitely be a threat to us in the future. Li Chenjian nodded slightly and said, Okay, but find someone more reliable. It doesn't matter if I spend a little more money. People must be reliable and decisive. The ones I find are absolutely reliable, because they are not from China. Qian Xingwei smiled cruelly.